tonight is Nazi Zombies Portable by Moto Legacy. Moto,
Awesome
that's
sauce. Yeah. Let me start up the.
I'll actually just pull together the whole list. By the way, Moto, you have your open FNAF presentation as well, don't you?
Oh, of course. No, I don't. And just a quick reason as to why that was cut.
Okay.
It's a very ambitious project, and a lot of time has gone into it. But sadly, I couldn't finish the render in time, so I could just have this like 10-minute presentation about its back end and have absolutely nothing to show you. But that's not fun.
Okay, fair enough. So Nazi Zombies Portable then.
Yeah, I'm Moto Legacy, and I'm here to talk about Nazi Zombies Portable. So what is NZP? Nazi Zombies Portable is a Quake project, which began in September of 2009 and was the victor of the 2011 PSP Genesis competition. It's a faithful remake of World at War's Nazi zombie game mode, with elements of the mode's edition, Black Ops Zombies. Here we have the Nazi Zombies Portable timeline, where we can see 2009 development of the project began. And in 2011 came the release of Beta 1.1, which was the peak of the project. This is where you'd have thousands of members every day making cool maps, talking on the forums, and just having a great time. But sadly, in 2012, the Beta 1.2 was leaked, which caused the first death or loss of motivation of the project. So from 2012 all the way to late 2014, the project was dead up until the demo release in 2014. This was advertised as NZP is back, we're going to crank out a very polished release, and polished the demo was. Lots of cool model refreshes, new sounds, new graphics, all of that. But sadly, nothing really came past the demo. So in early 2015, unofficial patches were being developed by Naivo and Paracoyo XD. This went on until the beginning of 2017, when the original devs came back and they sort of took us all in and said, hey, let's redo NZP again, and this time we'll make it cross-platform, and lots of other cool stuff. And then we have 2020 where it's, like today. So Dawn of the Return of the Dead again. The reboot strives to be a much cleaner version of the demo, made easy to port to other Quake platforms, including the Nintendo Switch. The reboot will finally mark the official 1.0 release of NZP after 11 years. So what's new? We have 2 new perks, which complete the full set from War to Black Ops. We have Deadshot Daiquiri, which completely removes the gun recoil and decreases weapon spread by 35%. And we have Mule Kick, which allows the player to hold 3 weapons at one time. We also have dual wielding for certain weapons. So they're akimbo. You can have one in left and one in the right. The left picture here, we show the Mustang and Soundly, which is the Pekka punched variant of the Colt M1911. On the right, we have the Snuff Box, which is actually a weapon that was found in the World at War files, but was never added. It's the Pack-a-Punch version of the sawn-off shotgun. We also have some new features for map makers. This is only a select few. Easter egg song support, and the ability to have multiple teleporter modes. That's all I showed for this presentation, but I did it again. There's still a lot more to come. So one is to come. New maps, a 1.2 version of Warehouse, a Verrucht, and an unreleased Keener de Toten that was actually given to us by Justice, the guy. Features for map makers. This is only a select few. Easter egg song support, and the ability to have multiple teleporter modes. That's all I showed for this presentation, but I did it again. There's still a lot more to come. So one is to come. New maps, a 1.2 version of Warehouse, a Verrucht, and an unreleased Keener de Toten that was actually given to us by Justice, the guy. Features for map makers. This is only a select few. Easter egg song support, and the ability to have multiple teleporter modes. Just map optimization, and there have been efforts to mitigate certain crashes. One is to come, but we are aware that new maps exist. So we're still not as polished as we could be, but we're trying. So what about a Vita port? A Vita port of NZP was in the works, but due to the lack of finalized releases for PSP and PC, it's on hold. But once finished, we should have a smooth 60 FPS. Based on the testing I did when it was in development, there was absolutely no performance dips. So here's our roadmap. By summer of 2020, we hope to have 1.0 done for PC, PSP, and Switch, which will have all the perks, all the weapons from One Out War, Hellhounds, select a few maps. And then in fall, the 1.0 version for PS Vita should be released, which will be complete port of Reboot 1.0. You know, hopefully nothing's gone from that. And then maybe 1.1 would come in winter, which will have Veruct, and I did it again. Maybe more. Depends on the ideas that the team has and motivation. It's subject to change because there's school and then lots of other things going on right now. So download links and more information. Just some engine information. The PSP is using dquake, PC is using FTE QuakeWorld, and the Switch is using QuickSpasm. The reboot can be found on GitHub, and there's the link for the NZP Discord. Although the PSP Homebrew server is cool too if you want to check that out. I'll take any questions anyone has.
This is sorry, go ahead.
Say that again?
When is the Ray Gun Mark II coming in?
Never.
Fuck. How about the MP5?
I don't want to talk about additional weapons at this time, if that's all right. There is something in the works that I have been showing off here and there, but it's not ready to be public yet.
What about George? Is George coming?
Meatbox, you're a great friend.
Yeah.
Is there any questions on the YouTube or the Discord channel, or is that it for me?
Well, I just wanted to say that earlier were you not telling me that you had given the program a bit more memory and now some more maps?
I have. I forgot to add that to the presentation, but I can talk about that a little. Utilizing the PSP kernel mode, which is something that will be talked in a presentation here shortly. We're able to use a lot more memory, and issues with bigger maps like Keynote or Toten now work perfectly fine on the the PSP FAT.
Here's a question from the Livestream chat. Ben Clegg asks, how hard is it to work with 3 Quake source ports simultaneously?
Lots of so for FTE specifically, we use CSQC. So a lot of the client stuff, like the menu and stuff, is handled by that engine. But to better answer your question, IFDEFs and FTEQC are our best friend. Whenever there's something we need to do differently per platform in QC, we can just write in FDEF real fast and handle all of that. Seamless.
I have an actual question about the differences between the versions. Will the max zombie count on the map remain the same for every single version, or will it be different scaling?
That's a good question. Right now, on PSP, the limit is 12, which is half of the standard limit. Every other platform, the max zombie count is 24 at a time.
Bob asks, what pathfinding algorithm does NZP use?
Right now, we have experimented with NavMesh, but NavMesh would be a PC exclusive thing. And if I recall correctly, we use an algorithm very similar to A-Star to help with waypointing.
Right. We have another question from Profi G-Man Workaround, and that is, do you use Linux?
I do. Right now I'm using Ubuntu with GNOME. GNOME.
There's a question in the conference chat here. How was the beta leaked in 2011?
So, from what I understand, I wasn't part of the community at the time, but if you were to donate to the team, you would get early access to builds via a Dropbox, and someone donated, had the Dropbox, and just made the whole thing public.
Right. Question from Connor JBW from YouTube. Will there be any mapping tools released? And if so, when?
So regarding mapping, we use the same map format as Half-Life and Counter-Strike 1.6. So you can use map editors like Hammer or Trench Broom. We do offer an FGD, which allows you to place NZP-specific entities and tweak NZP things. And we actually do offer the map source files for Nocturne, Toten, Kino, and a lot of others. So you can go and edit those to learn a few things if you'd like. So yeah, we fully embrace mapping and modding.
Does it have ad hoc support? Asks Eat the Posh.
I believe so, unless someone broke something in the past 6 months. I believe ad hoc multiplayer works on the PSP.
Will online infrastructure multiplayer be a thing?
For the PSP, it's unlikely due to the system not supporting modern security standards for Wi-Fi. But other platforms like Vita, Switch, and PC, most definitely.
I've got a
What are the
question from.
possibility-
Oh,
Sorry.
yeah, go ahead.
What are the possibility of friendly bots being added in the future?
Most likely no, just because AI can be really, really taxing on the systems. And there's a lot that would have to go into it. The bots would have to learn how to buy weapons, when to stay away from the player, how to revive, repairing windows. There's a lot that goes into it, and I don't think we would be able to do that.
Right. Question from RMX in YouTube. Actually, serious question. Other than getting more World at War maps, I think it means World at War at least. Is it possible to see maps that appeared in later games?
It's definitely possible. The main thing that's been pushing us back is thinking about, do we really want to add support for or add features to the game that would only be used for this specific map? It's something that I'd have to talk to a lot of map makers about. Would they benefit from this as well? If so, most likely, yeah, we would strive to add maps from probably through the Black Ops series.
There are a few questions in the conference channel. If there's nothing else from YouTube.
Currently not.
Okay, so one here from Gelber is, how is performance evolving from release to release?
It's certainly been improving. Writing code for the game and adding things like perks, I would thought they'd be like detrimental and performance would decrease, but it's remained mostly the same with feature updates, and I'm constantly pushing out commits to the GitHub to increase PSP performance.
There are a few others now. Just give me 2 seconds to double check.
Take your time.
Is there
Will-
currently controller support on PC?
There definitely will be. I am working on that currently.
Here's one other one from Wouter. Will PSP and Switch players be able to play together?
Most likely not, due to what I described before with network security.
Oh,
If
yes.
there was ever a way to get WPA2 ASK working on PSP, it's something I would investigate and experiment with for sure.
What about ad hoc?
Ad hoc was
does-
answered, I think.
Yeah, we
between
discussed
PSP and Switch.
ad hoc. I believe that's PSP specific. Ad hoc.
More or less, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Switch just hosts a local network, basically, just like a hotspot for other Switches to join, I believe.
It's equivalent to a LAN party.
There
Basically.
you go.
Yeah. So, sorry, I'll just take one or two other questions, then we should probably move on. So, this guy, Tag365, has asked 2 questions. First one is, how is the act of adding perks so taxing on the system? And how do you work within the limitations of the PSP? In other words, I think he wants you to explain what the main limits are.
So limitations for sure are things like controls. Something that happened in demo and we've stuck with since is playing Southpaw. Not having a second analog stick means we had to prioritize accurate movement from accurate aiming. So you do aim with the analog stick. and move with the face buttons, which, like I said, not a lot of people like. In terms of performance, it can be very, very difficult to get larger maps working on the system. But in terms of packing features into one map, it honestly really isn't too hard. It's just a matter of logistically balancing so the map plays well.
Okay. There's probably one or two other questions. Okay, let's take this as the last one. Are these made with the PSP in mind, so the 1000 included? Or is this designed for PS? Sorry, actually, what is the question here? Are these made with the PSP in mind for 1000 included, or also PPSSPP for most platforms? So yeah, I guess which is this game designed for primarily?
The PSP builds are PSP. I do very limited testing on PPSSPP. I mainly test using a fat model with the limited RAM in mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think that's plenty of questions. I'm sorry if I missed any there, but I think we've had plenty and we should probably just move on for the sake of keeping the conference flowing a bit.
I just want to say, if you have any more, feel free to join the Discord and ask me directly, and I'll be happy to answer them. Thanks for having me.
Oh yeah, okay, perfect. So the next presentation is Slender PSP by Iridescence.
Correct.
Yes, correct. I was looking at the schedule myself.
Just quickly, if anyone from YouTube wants the link to the Discord, I'll just post it there if you ask. So, well, be sure to ask.
Yep, that's not a problem. Thanks for mentioning that. So I think Iridescence will just need a second to make sure everything's ready. Oh, he's live now. Yep, he's just getting
Indeed.
set up now. Yep.
There's quite a lot of things that I'm juggling here, including both stream and Discord.
Yeah, don't worry.
So this should be transition now.
Okay, so yeah, people join Iridescence screen share if you want to see the next presentation.
Just waiting to make sure it pops up on stream.
It's live on our end, if that's what you're wondering. Works on our end.
It should transition. Yep. Okay, we're good on both the live stream.
Cool.
Okay. So first off, I'm Iridescence. Hello, welcome. And this is going to be a presentation over my recent port of Slender the 8 Pages for the PSP. It's going to be basically focusing on the lesson of limitations, and let's get right into it. So what is Slender? Not many people have actually played Slender, at least it seems that way, especially people who are younger. Alongside that, basically, Slender isn't necessarily the most popular game in the world either. Slender the 8 Pages was a one-off game on the PC. Basically, it was gaining a lot of fame and popularity as both sort of a meme and sort of a signature horror game of the early to mid 2010s, especially with YouTube channels like PewDiePie, Markiplier, for example, really started focusing. So basically what happens in the game is that the character has limited sprinting abilities and a flashlight where they walk around in a forest. In this forest, basically you're trying to find 8 pages before the Slenderman kills you, and that's it. There's nothing else. It's pretty flat. It's 2D game design and sort of two-dimensional game design, as in it's very linear and there isn't really much in way of depth of the game. It's rather just a sort of flat sort of game to play, and it always holds the same sort of value. There's no sort of story. There's nothing else that really gets added. If you win or die, the result is the same. So the story of development, let's talk about that right now. So what I did was I scripted the entirety of basically the Slender for PSP in Lua, using the One Lua engine, which is a proprietary 2D and 3D game engine for the PSP and PS Vita. It was very fast for menu development, and basically the entire menu prototype was ready within an hour or less of actual code. A lot of the time actually was spent in modeling, extracting assets and resources, for example, specifically because of the way that Unity packs its assets. Basically, what Unity does is it pretty much zips everything up in a SHA encoded sort of file, and it's a bit hard to get things out of it without using some special tools, and even then it still takes more time, especially when you have to remodel things like the map. But however, the entire game prototype was about 4 hours of programming, basically just testing and making sure everything works. So what really went wrong? So only 8 sounds could be loaded at once. Now the PSP has a hardware cap of 8 sounds that can be played at once, but the difference between being played and being loaded at once is kind of different. That means that I can only have 8 sounds in total, meaning that I would have to dynamically load and unload sounds, which doesn't really make sense. That's going to reduce a lot of the performance on the PSP in a game that's already kind of hitting the limits of performance. Furthermore, this limitation was only put on the PSP rather than the emulators. So if you were playing on the PSP, you would get an error that a sound couldn't be loaded. Even though if you played on PPSSPP or any sort of emulator, it would have just said it was fine. Another problem was that the 3D engine was pretty much broken and it was not designed at all for like 3D first-person sort of development. It was really meant to be a third-person engine and it didn't have much camera features really built into it. And basically, a bunch of things would clip out of your frustum plane. As it turns out, the frustum plane is not going to be basically changed. It's going to be set at a certain value, and that's going to clip no matter what. There also was basically no player controller or no real sort of easy way of getting first person to work, meaning that I have to do a lot of tricky math in order to get everything to work out the way that you want it to. So this resulted in being pretty slow on the PSP, even when it was massively underneath the PSP's capabilities, especially seeing that there was about 10,000 vertices to the map, which most other games can handle pretty easily. It also sometimes varies on the PSP, and it doesn't make any sense whatsoever because for some people, the 2000 model doesn't work. Some people, the 2000 model does work. Some people, the 1000 model does work, and sometimes it doesn't. It wasn't designed for the 1000 specifically, but sometimes it still can run, alongside the Go and E1000 being sometimes very different. So basically, it was mainly PSP 2000 Plus only, except for those specific 1000 models, the E1000, the N1000. So what about using the Quake engine? It would be slightly graphically better, at least with probably working lighting. But aside from that, it was tailored mainly for like first-person shooter games, which isn't really the theme of Slender. Actually, Slender is meant to be sort of a sort of first-person horror game, which has a wildly different sort of play style to it. It would be equally as slow as using Lua because it's basically a very big sort of engine in the way that it's supposed to run, and it's not meant to be very lightweight. It uses Quake C, which is, at least in my mind, an inferior or limited programming language, and that's to Lua, and I have a lot of things to complain about Lua, as you guys have seen. So if I think Quake C is worse, then there's kind of a problem there. You also would have quite a bit of different issues that are probably going to arise on Quake Engine as well. And it's also, Quake Engine is based on some pretty old code, and only recently has it started beginning getting refactored and improved. So that sort of leads me on to the state of game engines. Basically, most are limited to C/C++ and other sort of variants of that. I know there's an Objective-C compiler somewhere, but I don't think anyone really uses that, to be frank, alongside probably some other weirder programming languages that people have ported over. Interpreted languages are very much limited by the interpreter. So, for example, if you're using Lua, depends what type of Lua interpreter you choose, like Lua Player, for example. It's pretty slow and it's not very extensible, and it takes a lot to work around certain issues if they're not already included. So basically, whatever you get is what you have. We don't really have too many modernized tools for use when it comes to game engines. We don't have like a full Unity editor or something like that. We still do have the Quake editor, which is still somewhat showing its age. There's really been no big or new sort of game engine projects, at least in the last several years, that have been basically promising new things. And basically, most of them hardly take any advantages of C++ 11 or higher in their code bases, which is rather more of a recent development that we have full C++ 17 support. So what do we have today? In terms of tools, we've gotten a new C++ 17 compiler thanks to the work of Top Secret, who's been doing a lot of great work in order to port over the new standard compiler. It's actually GCC 8.20, as compared to on Windows it used to be 4.3.5 or 4.9.5, I believe, on Linux. We also have a bunch more libraries, and it's a lot easier to port libraries given the fact that basically we have more modern sort of code support. So you wouldn't have the problem of this library is written in C++ 11, we can't do it at all. Furthermore, there are many active developers on the scene that are willing to work and willing to help others out, which is a very big improvement overall. We have more programming and scripting languages that are either going to be coming out or are basically already out. Alongside, we're going to have a lot more experience and knowledge of the hardware, which we've sort of gained consistently over time. So the conclusion. Slender PSP is somewhat of a marginally better port than the Quake version. It certainly features a lot better AI and has a lot better of an aesthetic and ambience, but it doesn't necessarily have the same graphical power. Slender PSP is limited by its engine, as was the Quake version as well, and most PSP game engines are modern or modernized. We have many more tools today than we had before, so that really just leaves us with the fact that we have sort of a gap in game engines. So, any questions?
There's one from Gelber in Discord if anyone else is taking. Okay, so this question reads, what about making a new engine specific to the PSP or PPSSPP and give more attention to the 1000? I think I know where this is going, but...
So the question is basically asking if you focus mainly on PPSSPP instead of the 1000. If you're making a new game engine, it should ideally support both, but be able to take advantage of the 2000 plus models.
I got a question.
Sure.
Will there be any other sort of levels or environments other than the classic one from the original Slender?
Okay, that's actually a really good question. Basically, what I'm going to be doing is that I've pretty much put this project on indefinite hold. There is someone else who has been working a little bit on it, so that might be a question to ask them, but the initial level took a long time to basically make. But you could theoretically just make a new map, as it wouldn't be too hard to do as well.
There are a few other questions from Discord, if nothing else from YouTube's coming in.
Will it work on the 3000? Yes, it will.
Fair enough.
Will it work on the Go?
Yep.
It should.
One here is, how is performance, which is probably a fair question.
Performance on the actual PSP is running around 30 FPS, which, like I said earlier, was not really sort of ideal, especially considering that there was only 10,000 vertices and that the PSP can usually handle a lot more than just that on the screen.
Cool.
So there's a question from Master Trainer Sam. Would it work on the PSP 3000? But
I just
think
answered
that's
that.
yes.
Yeah, that's answered, yeah.
However,
Then I would like to ask my own question. Will it eventually also support like the PSP 1000 consistently?
That could be something that could be done by just trimming down the number of audio files and also trimming down the sizes of textures. It's going to reduce graphical quality, but it would support the 1000 at that point.
Okay, that's great.
I see that in past versions, some sound effects can't load, and is it now fixed in the newer versions? Yes, that is currently what has been fixed.
What are the controls like? Is it tank control first person, or is it southpaw, similar to how Quake does the control scheme?
I'm not quite sure exactly. I haven't played Quake engine games mainly, especially I haven't played a lot of PSP games to be fair. But basically, the left analog is moving forward and moving in directions basically, and the sort of cross, that the four square of buttons there is what's used to look around. Aside from that, pretty much everything else is extraneous, except we use a select for turning on and off sprinting. Okay, bunch of new questions.
There are one or two in Discord, yeah.
I see. Does anyone use Python for development on the PSP if possible? But I haven't seen any software that uses it. Okay, hold on and look at the next presentation.
There was another one here. What made you make this port for PSP?
I really wanted to do something that was just like sort of a side project and something sort of just like as a fun little project here that wouldn't really take up too much time. It ended up taking more time than I expected. So something that was just sort of fun and to show off everything, because I remember I played the old Quake port for it and I was not really satisfied with the experience.
sucked.
Yes. Sorry, Senior Meatbox.
Yeah, no worries. I made another one, which sucked a little less.
A little less. Got it.
I believe Masterman here has a question. He says, is the engine still in a research state for you?
The engine?
One Lua 3D. Are you still looking into that as an engine?
No, I'm not considering it as really a game engine meant for sort of, at least for 3D programming. For 2D programming, it's probably fine. It looks to be a lot like Lua Player in the same sort of sense that 2D games will do a lot better.
I feel like we should only take one or two more questions just so we're clear.
Yes. One person was asking how would this play on the Vita? Would you be able to optimize or further improve this engine on the Vita? The One Lua engine is already on the Vita, and I'm pretty sure that you could like port it over to the Vita pretty simply. I'm not interested in doing that, but if someone wants to do that, that's their own thing. Okay, do you have any more questions?
There is a question here. How are special effects and post-processing being done in these engines? I presume it's just a simple GPU thing. It's nothing too messy, but...
Yeah, I don't think there's any... Everything post-processing right now is pretty much GPU based.
Okay, cool.
There isn't really any post-processing on Slender, though, to be fair.
Yeah. Should we leave it at that for questions?
I think that's suitable.
I think that's plenty.
Can I put in one more?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, sure.
Let's see. Diogo Rice, I think I pronounced that correctly, asks, why did you pick up the PSP?
Oh,
Why did I pick a PSP?
It's a good question.
Because it's the platform that I wanted to program for, and it's the one that I actually like programming for, and it's the one that I, actually own too. That's also pretty important. I'm not going to go buy a Vita for like $100 just to program on it if I'm not interested in anything else on the platform. Like, for example, if I was I'm interested in playing games on the Switch, but I would see that, okay, I can probably do some programming on the Switch too.
Why wouldn't you choose PSP? Like, come on. It's the obvious choice of dev platform.
It's the obvious choice if you want to have actual emulation support too. It's probably the best system for doing that on the cheap.
Cool kids dev on PSP.
Okay.
So the next presentation, I believe, is Stardust Engine, which is also iridescent.
Indeed. I'm still being streamed, right?
Yeah, you are.
Okay. Just making sure I transitioned. Okay, on Discord, everyone can see?
Yep.
Yeah, fine here.
I definitely wish I brought some water here. Waiting 1 second on YouTube to catch up because, stream delay. There we go. Okay. Stardust Engine, A Breath of Life, also by me, Iridescence. So what is Stardust Engine? Stardust is a 2D and 3D sort of game engine, which is sort of based on the idea of Unity, sort of Unity engine. If you ever used it on the PC, or you probably have played a game using Unity, either on your PC, your phone, something like that. It's a very extensible sort of engine that allows you to continue to add to it whichever features you really need to, and it's rather easy to use. Stardust also intends to be a library meant for general PSP development. It's pretty fast and lightweight, and is a data-driven API, meaning that basically you're more focused on creating sort of assets and things for your game rather than actually going ahead and delving into the details of how to make something draw onto the screen. It's basically got an asynchronous design. So what that means is that things can happen in different times. Basically, it's not meant to be everything has to run at a specific time. It's meant to take place at different. So why is Stardust Engine needed? There aren't many current game engines, as I've kind of explained beforehand. Many of the old game engines lack a lot of extensibility, so you can't really make an addition to the library without necessarily already having the code and making your own version of said code. Most of those engines aren't really flexible, as in they don't really cover they usually specify into one sort of thing. It would be like a 3D sort of first-person shooter for like Quake. You wouldn't really be using Quake engine to make, a 2D side-scroller as much as you would for like a first-person shooter, for example. And a lot of these engines don't really lack modernity, which is just a fancy word of saying they aren't really up to date when it comes to sort of using C++17 and the features that I've said are now sort of available for the PSP. So another reason that's needed is to encourage more developers. Essentially, Stardust Engine aims to be a game engine that really doesn't require experience for either both programming nor really being invested in the PSP scene. So people who are good at C++ are going to be really good at are really just going to be able to work with Stardust Engine without really having to delve into the details that the PSP sort of needs you to put in order for you to be able to really set things up. This really starts to mean that what's being done is that all you really got to do is focus on creating your game with the engine rather than sort of basically starting from scratch, learning about how the PSP works and all that. It also means that we're doing sort of an editor, which is going to be more in the style of Unity. Basically, it's going to be for basically anyone who really wants to do it. And you would be able to script in an easy language like Python, or eventually we also plan on there being some sort of visual scripting model where you don't even have to learn programming to be able to make a game for both the PSP. It's meant to be simple and easy to use, and it's very easy to integrate into different projects, as I've sort of seen with some of the projects I've already integrated it into. So what can it do? Stardust Engine currently has two really main focuses. It has a utility side and a game side. The utility side is what's currently fully implemented, and the game side is what's currently in development. Basically, that means that the utility side functions on more of the things that you're going to just need as a default for pretty much any sort of program, whereas the game modules specifically are made for games. Currently is powering PSP Chat and Minecraft for the PSP. PSP Chat has been able to focus a lot more on the server side, server and client and UI design instead of the engine details. It's really starting to use most of the utility modules, but I believe the UI will start using some of the game modules. And Minecraft for the PSP is using sort of both, which is resulting in some significant performance uplifts in some scenarios. So let's look ahead at some of the utility modules and I'll sort of break it down what these are. So what you get is that you have math. Obviously, you need a math library. For a lot of the calculations, it's basically using algorithms that are optimized by the VFPU, but it's also powered for vectors and stuff for using GLM. It also includes a very, very good logger, which is powerful, verbose, and scalable, and it's really useful for easy debugging. You both have a core logger for Stardust Engine, and it shows what's going on inside of Stardust Engine. Alongside, you have pretty much a logger that's meant for your own program that you can use as well. These loggers can accept however many sort of calls you want to put on, and it basically can log at many different levels. These levels can go down from really trace level debugging and information type of outputs all the way up to more important things such as warnings and errors about what's going on. You can set the current level to filter out what you really need or what you really want, and then basically in order to get this onto the disk, you're going to be able to do just flush the logger to the disk, and it's going to give you everything that's been logged throughout the entire programming. Another part of the utility modules that I believe is important is going to be platform. It's going to be platform independent. So basically, you can translate it from both the PSP to the PC to the Vita to the Switch, whatever you really want to do. It's really easy to cross-platform. It involves changing basically one sort of variable, and then you're going to be able to go ahead and start writing code for that. Once it has multi-platform support, then your basic applications are going to be able to do for most of that. So you're going to be basically able to sort of create a game one time using Stardust Engine, and it will run on pretty much every platform that you expect it to. So let's look at some of the more of the utility modules. There's obviously more. So the first one is going to be the events module. This sort of handles the event subsystem. So for example, let's say the player jumps. There could be a jumping event that would basically trigger some sort of callback. And these are handled asynchronously. The events updates once per frame in order to be able to handle that. And it handles every single event. For networking, we have some pretty easy TCP data connections. All you got to do is initialize the network manager. And then after that, basically, you're going to be able to connect to a server. And once you've done that, you sort of have the system where you can basically send and receive packets from your client to the server and vice versa. And furthermore, probably one of the more important ones is the profiler, which is a very easy and lightweight performance tool to find optimization areas. You can profile basically one single method by profiler.begin method and profiler.end method, right, surrounding that sort of method, and it will time a single sample of that. You can have as many samples as you really want. That's obviously limited by memory, but it takes up such a small amount that it's not necessarily going to be noticeable. And this is really cool to basically optimize and find out what's happening. The profiler can do a lot of advanced statistics. It finds basically the mean, median, average, and then it also does basically the min and max of it as well. This means that you can have pretty much a big idea of what your performance data is for something. Furthermore, since we do log every single run, every single sample basically that you have on the since you have every sort of sample that you need for performance-wise, you could actually go ahead and make more advanced outputs and stuff like that. You also can profile sub-methods, so methods inside of a method, which could be a pretty cool thing. And theoretically, we can also make the system infinitely recursive, so you could have a method with inside of a method, for example. Furthermore, let's go ahead and look at the game modules. The main game module is the core of the game engine, and this is really where it starts to look a lot more like Unity than just being a utility. It includes game objects, components, and other things like that. Alongside it has scenes and loadable assets, so you can load a scene from a single file into your game, and you'll have an entire working scene with whatever game objects and components you preset in there. This is a lot like Unity's .scene files. Furthermore, we have audio. Eventually, we're going to have 2D and 3D positional audio, which is going to be able to say, given an audio source at a certain position and an audio listener at another position, you can calculate both the volume based on distance, and then you can calculate the pan based on left and right. Audio clips also will have some pretty wide format support, alongside doing basic ones like WAV, MP3, more specific ones like BGM. I believe it includes mod and quite a few other ones as well. Furthermore, rendering, we have a sort of rendering thing for a very flexible sort of backbone that is going to be able to work both as a render core and is going to be able to do a lot more things as well. We have textures, materials, meshes, etc. Things that you're going to be able to use on, for example, each surface. Alongside, you're going to have some baked-in optimizations into the scene rendering process, such as frustum culling and other things. For game modules, you're going to have 2D, so 2D game engines. You can basically set your scene to be a 2D engine, and you're going to be using sprites and tile maps, sprites being whatever size, and a tile map being something that's more useful. Something, for example, like a platformer or something would be able to set individual tiles to a certain sort of whatever texture you really need to as well. It also will feature some lighting, which is garage shading, which is a hardware-supported lighting for the PSP in order to be fast rather than doing something per pixel, because per pixel would just slow it down too much. You'll also be able to use multiple controllers, and what that means is that you'll have integrated integrated controllers that can use to move up, down, left, right, for example, in a top-down sort of 2D game. And you can also have sort of side-scrolling as well as a different sort of controller setup. And then another thing is going to be done, and this is currently what's really in progress, is the UI with many sort of easy input options. So you think text fields, buttons, sort of sliders, checkboxes, things like that, that can easily be added on. And it can be written in JSON and sort of an HTML-like format. So what you can do is that you can specifically design a panel to have basically these sort of settings on it, and then basically the way that the engine will try to automatically just handle it and make it show up on your screen in a good-looking fashion. So let's look ahead at the sort of 3D side of things. We have model loading. Currently, I'm not sure exactly all of the models that are going to be supported, but I know at least OBJ, DAE, STL are going to be sort of things that I'm looking forward to, alongside level of detail rendering as well. That means that basically further away something is from a certain from a player, the less detail it has, which saves a lot more on performance. Obviously, textures, materials, meshes really start to apply to 3D a lot more than 2D, since 2D is more sprites and tile maps. And the part 3 of game modules, let's look ahead at animations. So eventually every sort of serialized field can be keyframed, meaning that basically what you create inside of components can be keyframed in a certain way for you to be able to change as needed. These can be easily controlled with animation clips. Particles are another sort of thing that is going to be added, which are basically 2D unlit billboards, meaning that basically they always face towards the camera, and the lighting is just going to be able to be set with a color. It's also going to potentially have a simulation with physics support as well, so basically particles will interact realistically with their environment. And of course, with a physics thing, you need a physics engine. So there's going to be 2D and 3D physics, which have some customizable properties. So if you want to increase, decrease gravity, add forces, things like that, you're going to be able to do that. It's also not based on time, so it's based on a fixed update, which is going to be basically allowing it to be, no matter what FPS your game runs at, the physics is the same side. So basically what's going to happen is that we also have a few more extra features, which are features that are meant to be implemented that really haven't been done or seen before. So one of the things that we're going to be adding is terrain. Terrain is a 3D sort of terrain model, which is created from height maps. And basically what this does is it automatically generates terrain based on the heights that you get from said height map. It also is going to allow you to do custom colliders, which is actually kind of useful because these custom colliders are going to allow you to basically have collision with that terrain, so you don't have to custom model it. And the biggest one of all is going to be post-processing. So what we're intending to do is using the media engine to power sort of a post-processor. The media engine is basically going to do a few things here, and it's going to be able to basically write pixel per pixel. It's going to be essentially equal to a pixel shader or fragment shader based on what you do. So based on the math that we actually have done for basically the CPU frequency and everything, it roughly calculates out to being 42.5 to 85 sort of pixel operations per second. Obviously, that varies depending on what operations you're doing, because MIPS sometimes does operations as multiple and sometimes can do multiple operations at once. It really depends. But being able to do this really sort of means that we can do some basic color effects, for example, tone mapping, color corrections, etc. And it's also very likely that we could probably implement more advanced things such as blurs and blooms onto basically the post-process engine. It's also a very good possibility that would we could be doing things like depth of field and more screen space operations as set by the user. So let's see how you can use it. So the C++ API is the thing that's going to be released first off for everyone to use. It will have some documentation for setup and use and how to basically use the C++ API. The next thing that will be released is sort of a scripting-only sort of system, which is a port of the C++ API to a specific programming language. The first one that I intend to do would be something more like Python, but we could also probably see something like Lua, JavaScript, other sort of languages like that as well. It's going to be a single scripting interpreter, and it's roughly equivalent to the C++ API. It'll be released basically second then. And then finally, the last and most exciting one is going to be the full editor. So what it's going to really be able to do is that the editor is really just this big multi-tool, which allows you to sort of start to create games. You can drag, drop things into your scene, set up the way that everything works from a visual interface rather than having to do it either in code or manually. So the editor is also going to have sort of a scripting sort of support to it. So you're going to have customizable components with scripting, which allows you to basically run your own sort of scripts. Another thing here is going to be editors and visual scripting, which is something that's sort of planned as a post-release, but that's going to be very useful for beginners, especially since you won't even have to learn Python. You're going to be able to write the majority of your scripts just simply in a visual sort of node-based interface, somewhat like the way that Unreal Engine 4's Blueprint system works. Basically, the full editor is something that's going to be released last. So when is the release? Soon, trademarked. So in reality, it's going to be 1 to 3 months, and that's really sort of subject to change. Basically, the C++ API is going to be the first release, Python the second release, and the full editor would be the third release. And basically, what that means is that you're going to have a rolling release schedule where more and more people can sort of start to get into it. So where can you get it? Basically, you're going to obviously be able to get it from GitHub, which is the main repository, which is this very long link because I have a very long GitHub name. And there will also be a few beta releases of the C++ API for people to test and use beforehand with some of the documentation, but a lot more documentation will be released upon the first official C++ release. Next thing that I'm going to post is I'm going to post it to Reddit for the people who are here from Reddit. There's going to be 3 different times when it comes to both the C++ scripting and editor releases. And then finally, I'm going to be posting on YouTube. If you're watching on the Iridescence channel, please subscribe to see some more releases of basically all of the things that I'm working on here on this presentation. So, any questions?
Sorry, I'm trying not to make this awkward. I know there were a few questions in the chat earlier. It's just there's a lot to go through.
Definitely.
A lot.
This was a 30-minute presentation, so yeah, I can agree.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Will any games work online? So how's the networking support looking?
So the networking support is currently the same networking that powers PSP Chat. So yes, you could do games online. It would involve people creating their own sort of servers and stuff like that. It's sort of something that is going to be a little bit more complicated because there isn't really a good way to make that into an editor to basically make your own server and client system. But potentially there's going to be some more stuff like that for the networking support. Aside from that, you can still use it at the bare bones sort of socket library that you're sort of expecting right now.
Yeah, I've got here from yeah, I'm not muted. From C Zappala TV. Can you do games like The Binding of Isaac or RPG style games, kind of like RPG Maker?
I believe so, and especially with the post releases, I intend to do things. For example, version 1.1, version 1.2, sort of the post release releases, are going to have some more things in the editor that will allow you to be able to create and tailor specifically to a certain type of genre. So top down 2D, sort of side scrolling 2D or platformers, for example. And then you're also going to be able to do some more different things with that as well, including RPGs as one of the supported formats as well. And if you're talking about basically doing maybe like a RPG that's sort of 3D with sort of like pop-ups and stuff like that, that can be handled with both the UI system, or you could do a 2D switch.
I've got another one here from RX000. Is it possible to program a cel-shaded game?
With the post processor, we're probably going to be able to do something cel shaded. If not, it really depends on how good the post processor gets on that. I'm going to say, because it's probably not too convenient to do it just on the GPU, as I don't believe there's support for that.
In terms of the 3D side of thing, what's the maximum poly count that you think the engine will be able to handle before exploding?
The maximum poly count before the engine is going to start exploding. Well, okay, the poly count is probably going to be, I don't know exactly, probably 100. I can't give you a solid number on that. I haven't had the full 3D engine implemented yet, and I can't tell you what something that doesn't exist is going to have. But using a level of detail and a lot of tricks like that, you're probably going to be able to reduce a lot of the vertices and polygons that need to be drawn anyways. So both of those would get around a poly thing about that.
There are two questions here from Discord that I want to mention.
Okay.
The first one is from One Ya saying, what games or applications will be released to work on Stardust?
So currently, Minecraft for the PSP is right now in the transition phase where basically Stardust Engine is being integrated into it, and it's pretty much getting there. There was supposed to be a video yesterday, but obviously we were testing a conference and everything, so that didn't happen. PSP Chat is currently fully using Stardust Engine as well. Those are going to be the first two applications that are going to use it. And I can foresee that probably a bunch more will start to come as beta releases of C++ and full releases of C++ come out too.
Cool. The other question I want... Sorry, go ahead.
Will there be any specific tech demos made with the engine to sort of showcase what it can do?
May I?
Or are you just going to point towards...
Yes, you may.
So, while I'm not sure of any other tech demos that are being made in particular, I'm giving a presentation later on about a demo inspired by Black for PS2 and Xbox. So you'll see more of that later.
And I definitely could do something else too as another sort of tech demo as well. I'm not committed to anything yet, though.
There was one other good question here that I wanted to mention. Sorry, I can't find who said it, but someone was asking how this would work on the Vita because the Vita does not have the media engine.
So what I intend on doing is that what I want to do is that basically check the ID of the PSP, because I believe the Vita has a specific signature that it gives off alongside PPSSPP gives a specific signature as well. We can also have a sort of switch that would disable it then, just from software.
I think that's everything from Discord.
Let me see on YouTube. Do Maternal Minecraft Ultra HD shaders on GTA 5. That would be fun. Will it be
that's most
possible
of the
to do
questions,
stuff outside of the gaming world with the IR shell, such as something like an OS for the PSP? You're asking a question that's good for the future presentations because there is something like that.
Yeah, I pointed him like at the Discord already. Just like go there.
Okay.
We can discuss there.
Okay.
So I haven't seen any other questions pop up related to the engine on YouTube, except for are you doing all this work by yourself? But looking at the GitHub,
Yes.
yes.
Why is there a second contributor?
Yeah, I wonder that too. Yes,
There isn't a second contributor on Stardust, I don't believe.
I mean, oh wait, never mind. That's an MCPSP. I'm sorry.
Oh, that was the initial upload of it onto GitHub. I
Yeah,
could
you're
totally have
the
just
only
done that.
contributor.
Yeah,
Yes.
well, Wulio is not currently in the scene, so.
Yeah. All right.
Sorry to rush, but I know Z has some circumstances going on and he wants to get
Okay.
Dallas out of the way.
Yeah,
so,
definitely.
So the next presentation is Z and maybe Wally. We'll see how that goes with Daedalus.
Give me 1 second.
Cool. Well, Z is ready anyway.
That's a cool
So
logo. Who made that?
if everyone could join Z's stream to see the stream about Daedalus 64 and Nintendo 64 emulation, that would be great. Z, are you meant to be speaking? So,
Yes. Can you
Perfect.
see the PowerPoint now?
Yep.
We can.
Okay, cool. Let me make sure everything's working. All right. So, Daedalus. The N64 emulated for the PSP. Currently, we are working on updating the media engine code to be able to queue the actual functions so that it's no longer flopping between the main CPU and the Mii, like it would do before when the Mii was busy. So therefore, it allows the main CPU to continue on working without any kind of halts in performance or anything like that, which really gives us a massive frame boost. There are many games syncing quite high, such as Oot syncing all the way up to 17 FPS in Kokiri Forest. Currently, we have already gotten to this point. Over the last 2 years, we've been able to update the code to C11, as well as the improved media engine support. And we've added support for hardware detection of the PlayStation Vita and the ability to use the right analog stick. And thanks to Wally, we have a whole new UI. In the future, we plan to complete the Mii implementation so that it's completely stable and no longer quite as finicky, and focus on improving the graphics and audio of the emulator, and update to the C11 standard. And as to everybody, thank you. Seriously, everybody, this is great. This has been a community project so far, and I've learned a lot, especially about C++. I am absolutely awful with anxiety and public speaking, but trying to make it through this. So thanks to everybody, and here we are. Real short.
Okay, testing. Okay.
Okay. So sorry, I literally just went to get a drink. What's happened now?
He had to go.
Ah, of course. Okay. So just a timing
Yeah.
issue then. Yeah.
Okay.
If anyone has any questions, Wally can answer them just here. Doesn't look like it. Okay. So can I take that as no questions?
I guess maybe they'll, you know,
Question:
There
Are the
is-
guys speaking actually the creators of D64? I don't believe they created, but
Well,
I
they
think
were involved with the project.
they were involved with it. Yeah.
Yeah, early on. Random as a question. The emulator does use the PSP's GPU. Anything else? Maybe from YouTube.
Does it have N64 controller support?
Oh, buddy.
Sorry, I was on mute and I just couldn't. Use Discord properly. So I don't know if anyone knows me, but I'm Wally. I'm just going to answer one or two questions about the sound. The sound is going to be on the media engine, which I'm sure you'll hear Iridian's Rose talk about. Is that how you say that? Yeah, Iridescent Rose. So the sound's going to be on the media engine. We're going to be pushing some of that stuff across to that eventually once we tidied up the code a little bit. It's still very buggy, but yeah, we're getting somewhere at the moment. So that should be in 1.1.9. Yeah. GoldenEye, not GoldenEye. Come on. Ask a better question, please.
Our time is valuable. More valuable
Yes.
than GoldenEye.
Yes, well, GoldenEye is one of those tricky games. It's particularly hard to emulate, especially on a PC even. It's one of those the games that really pushes the Nintendo 64. And yeah, so we hope to get it somewhat playable, but we don't know yet how it's going to work. Just reading some other questions. Yeah.
There are 2 new ones there in the conference channel.
So would Daedalus have to be rewritten to run on the PS Vita outside of Adrenaline, take advantage of the Vita's hardware? No, not exactly, because the Vita stuff you can bridge across to the Vita hardware and then use that particular function. We're still trying to work out how to do that, but we've done that with the controls, which you would have seen Z talk about the analog stick. I'll just check YouTube quickly.
Sure.
No, let's move on. That should be okay.
Okay.
I'll
Cool.
answer any more questions in chat. Cool.
All right. So
Thanks,
the
guys.
next don't worry. That was pretty cool anyway. The next presentation is actually about GoldenEye. What brilliant timing. That means it's on me. So if everyone could join my stream, that would be great. Let me know if you can see my screen.
Yeah, we can.
Cool. So if everyone can join my stream, that would be great. So my presentation is going to be about a remake of GoldenEye for the PSP. This remake of GoldenEye is built on a heavily modified Quake engine built for the PSP. I'll get into the details as this presentation progresses. So the premise, it's a recreation of GoldenEye 64's multiplayer for the PSP. We don't want to rule single player out of the question, but it would require a lot more work. We'd also just need more interest. So right now it supports playing against other players locally, online, or against bots. Now for PSP Street, only bots available because of obvious wireless limitations. But I can confirm that local multiplayer does work, as this screenshot from Stix15 confirms. Basic gameplay is implemented, You can shoot people and kill people and play the game, in other words. Most weapons are present with working sounds and animations. There are one or two issues, but of the weapons that are implemented, most of them work correctly. Bots are working and they're completely implemented because they're using the same engine as Counter-Strike for PSP, so all of the code is carried over and it works perfectly. Ad hoc support, as I said, works even across a PS Vita and a PSP, as shown there. So what are the features of this? So as part of the engine we're using, which is called AD Quake, we have breakables, which is not something they really had in the original GoldenEye, save for shooting a few decorations and making them explode. But it's a nice to have, and I thought I'd mention it anyway. GoldenEye on PSP uses the original game's sound effects, and a lot of assets from the original game where possible. You might have noticed by now that the models are not from the original game, however. These are recreated. Actually, to be honest, they are borrowed from a Half-Life 1 remake of GoldenEye originally designed for the Dreamcast. We're using some of their assets for now as a basis to create a proof of concept. In the future, we'll look to use either completely new models and textures where we can, and fall back on original game assets where we can't. So a lot of maps are already playable. We have 5, 6, 7 maps already implemented and they work, and you can run around them and they work completely fine in that regard. So gameplay wise, just a quick forewarning that unfortunately sound is not coming through from my presentations. So I'll show you about a minute of this gameplay footage, and well, I suppose I can commentate a few things over it anyway. So if you'll see there at the start, there were a lot of things being loaded in, and this is still a work in progress, so I must stress that. This is running under PPSSPP, so we're clear. So while I'm here, I want to make a few things clear. One of the biggest issues with the game right now is that bots and players spawn in the same place all the time. And obviously that makes the game a bit difficult to enjoy. But in terms of the core gameplay mechanics, most things are implemented, and as you can see here, they work completely fine. I'm going to skip in a bit where we get an opportunity to see a few different weapons. As you can see, it's very hard to get into the game, if you will, because once you respawn, you're almost immediately taken out of it. You can see here at the top that whenever weapons do not have sound effects in place, it will say it can't load the sounds, but the game will continue to play. So it's not an issue with playability. Since this video was recorded, more sounds have been added, so don't worry about this too much. If anyone recognizes the map, then fantastic. This is a recreation of the original map, so it's not a direct rip, but it's quite authentic, and I don't think anyone will really be complaining. So I think I'm going to leave the video for footage around there, and I'm going to switch over to a weapons test. So again, without sound, the usefulness of this is decreased a little bit, but I wanted to show you some of the weapons that are working and show you some issues that currently remain. So the P99 here, or the Wolfram PP7 as it's called in some Bond games, maybe GoldenEye, I kind of forget if I'm being honest with you, works perfectly. Reload animations and shooting, as well as the DD44 Dostove, work perfectly here. You'll see later on that some weapons have issues. The AK-47's animation is slightly strange here, as you can see. The recoil works fine, and the reloading animation is a lot slower. However, it's timed correctly. The revolver, again, is a bit slow, but functions, and that's a very easy fix to implement. In terms of melee, or the slappers, as it's crudely called in the game itself, they work. There is an issue where the slappers remain on screen even when you're not actively punching someone. We're aware of that. That will be fixed in due course if everything goes to plan. So what's performance like? The goal is a 60 frames per second GoldenEye experience at full PSP resolution. In terms of getting the engine to the state of running the game at 60 frames per second, we've had to consider a few different things. First of all, hardware sound playback. In PSP games where, for various reasons, sound playback was not correctly offloaded to the media engine, or specifically the virtual mobile engine, this could incur a performance cost that was pretty substantial. I believe it was an extra 15 to 20% on the CPU just for decoding sound. On a system like the PSP, where we don't have that much CPU headroom to work with, that's kind of a big deal. So we have hardware MP3 playback in the engine, fortunately. We're still working at the kinks, especially with music, but all things going to plan, sound should effectively be free. There's an interesting idea thrown around here by one of our developers called Dima, considering using the Kirk cryptography chip even, to traverse the PSP files, which are effectively the map files for PSP. Let me see. Sorry, just one moment. Sorry about that, just some difficulties. So regarding Kirk is typically used for sorting trees. Well, it's not used for sorting trees. It's specifically used for encryption and decryption. The idea is that Kirk typically computes hashes, and BSPs are just lists of hashes. So we could theoretically use Kirk to traverse all of our map files and gain some performance that way. Now, this is completely theoretical right now, but down the line, it could be used to provide a nice boost. In terms of VFPU math, this fortunately works. Recently, Stix51 implemented this and saw huge gains in some scenarios. I don't want to say all scenarios because different bottlenecks apply in different areas, but all things going to plan, it's a great performance speed up. So, what needs doing? First of all, we need testers. And as silly as that sounds, we need testers. Because not a lot of people are willing to go through the game, it seems, and list what issues we have and what we need to do. We need to fix spawn locations, as I mentioned, because right now everyone is spawning at the same place every time. Some animation times need fixing. Music needs a bit of work in terms of getting it to play back correctly. And the HUD and menus are currently placeholders. Other than that, the game is in a good state, and hopefully it will get to a very good place in the near future. And here on the last slide is a little comparison of the original game on the right and our PSP remake on the left. Does anyone have any questions? I'm full screens here, so I can't really check the chat for questions, but if there are any on YouTube or Discord, please let me know.
Sure. Can you play as Timothy Dalton, asks Zodosar.
So that's actually a very good question. We hadn't been thinking very much about the different bonds that you could play as. But in theory, we could rip all of these models from the original game and they would all work fine. So if memory serves, Timothy Dalton was hidden in GoldenEye's files. At the very least, his profile images. In other words, if he's in the original game, yes, we will get to him eventually.
Okay, Cobra exclamation mark asks, will the guns sway as you like turn in the original, and will there be aim assist?
So, gun sway or weapon bobbing should be very easy to implement as it was originally in Quake. Currently, there is no weapon bobbing, but again, it's a trivial thing to implement and shouldn't be too difficult. If it's in the original game, which actually, come to think of it, it is, we can implement it quite easily. What was the other half of that question?
The other half was, will there be aim assist?
So I think aim assist is kind of a bit of a necessity on the PSP when you're either inhibited with one analog stick on either looking around or movement. You have to make that choice, and neither is really convenient. Particularly on that small screen, you will really need that aim assist. So yes, I think aim assist is going to be a necessary evil here.
There's another one from Fix. Will Odd Job stay OP?
Yes. I'm sorry to say. We will be using his original model if things go to plan. So that means his original height data will be preserved unless we feel like stretching him a bit. So the likelihood is Oddjob will remain OP. But we are looking for people to help us out, just so we're clear, on getting these assets ripped from the original game, which is the easy part, and bringing them over to the PSP, which is the hard part.
I have a question.
Yep.
Why not rip the assets from the source port, like from
From GoldenEye Source,
just
you mean?
just downscale them instead of trying to get the mesh data from C4 version? Because I feel like getting them from the source version would be slightly easier because they're in a more modern file format for rare uses.
So that's a good question. As it turns out, GoldenEye has extensive modding tools for the original game, and ripping models and textures from it is incredibly easy. It would actually be a bit harder to rip from source, but we could certainly look into it in the future. The other issue with ripping from source is that it's an actively maintained project, and there might be more issue with stealing some assets from that.
There's another few questions.
Sure.
One from pre-release Gelber. Is
Okay.
there a tutorial coming to the game?
No, I don't think there's plans to make a tutorial, and as I said, there aren't even plans to make single player as it stands because there simply isn't the manpower or the support there right now.
And how are audio fixes coming along?
Audio fixes, so actually even I'm not sure the current state of this because I haven't had a working PSP to test in a while. But from what I know, sound playback, so all the weapons playback sounds correctly. Music I don't think it works correctly right now. We have original sounds ripped from the game, but playing them back doesn't quite work correctly if my memory serves right.
All right. The last part is CT/T on the actual game, or actually, I'm not quite sure how to interpret this question. But
This might be terrorist or counter-terrorist because if
Probably.
I remember, they're the teams because we're using a lot of the same Counter-Strike stuff. Some of the names are carried over. So the two teams, if you will, here will probably be MI6 and Janus, like in the original GoldenEye. I presume
All
that's
right.
the question.
Probably, yes.
Probably.
There's another one from Patrick Tyner. How many players will there be in multiplayer matches at max, basically?
Okay, so this is something we haven't finalized. In terms of bots, I believe you can make a series of 8-player matches with 7 bots, presumably. This does weigh down performance considerably, but it's an option, and I want to say that. In terms of player counts, real players would probably be slightly less intensive, and as the engine is optimized, we may grow to support more. But right now, I want to place the limit at 8 at maximum.
All right. There's just a ton of questions here. Will ME be used for the optimization of GoldenEye?
Yes. So already the ME is being used for playing back audio from weapons. And we actually, for music, we don't play back music on the main CPU because that's a very constant and demanding task. So we decided to not use it entirely. We are just working on moving that to the media engine, and we'll see where that goes. It shouldn't be too difficult.
I have 3 questions here from YouTube.
Brilliant.
So can you import your own maps to GoldenEye by
So-
CCA PLA?
So that is possible, certainly. You could do that. You could just drag and drop your maps into the maps folder on your PSP, and that should work. You should be able to load them. Don't quote me on that, but I don't see any issue with that in theory.
Okay, the next one asked by Tim Dow is how much space will the game take up?
It's another good question. It's hard to put a number on this right now, but I'll put it this way. The original GoldenEye game was 16 or 24 megabytes, and even full
I
fat
believe it was
game is
12.
12 even. Yeah, even maybe less. Yeah, you're right. 12 sounds right.
I'm sorry, but there was an earlier question about the assets from the ROM and asking why couldn't you guys just use the GoldenEye source models? Those models are very high quality. I'm talking around like 512 by 512 or 1024 by 1024 textures. The GoldenEye models are extremely low poly. The hard part, as Mr. Iron said earlier, was putting them in the PSP itself, not exporting from the original game. That's the easy part. The hard part is putting the data in the game.
Exactly. Sorry, there was a question I was about to answer there. Could you repeat it?
Yeah, Tim Dow asked how much space does the game actually take up on your PSP?
So right now it's hard to give a fixed measure on that, but GoldenEye itself is 12 megabytes, and we will probably be using higher quality assets than GoldenEye itself, substantially so. So even without single player, we're looking at a bit more than 12 megabytes. But if it's any perspective, Kurok, which is a full game built on the PSP Quake engine, is only 50 or 60 megabytes. And if I remember, Nazi Zombies Portable is in that ballpark as well. So between 10 and 50 megabytes.
Okay, and then another question was, how do you sign up to be a tester?
Literally just ask in the Discord, and we will give you the tester role, and you'll be notified whenever something needs testing. Thank you for asking that. Actually, that's good.
Yeah.
There's
and then
another. Oh yeah. Will the campaign be brought back?
So as I said, I don't want to rule the campaign out, but it would require a lot more work and a lot more interest than we actually have right now. So if you can find people, you can round them up, and you can get people who are interested in working on this project. Absolutely, I want to support them and make the campaign. But right now, no. Was there not
Here's
someone
another-
else? Yep.
Yeah, here's another question by Dark Fury Gaming. Have you contacted the host that has made the game?
The original developers of GoldenEye, presumably.
I presume that's what he means.
He might mean the people who made the Half-Life 1 GoldenEye mod we're borrowing assets from right now. The answer is no. But the project is defunct and we couldn't find any contact links. We actually were considering getting in touch with David Doak of the original GoldenEye team, because he's quite an active Twitter user and he endorses some GoldenEye fan projects, but nothing concrete.
Right there. Oh.
Busy
Okay.
day.
Another question by Patrick Tyner. How would you edit the maps?
So these maps would be in the Quaker Half-Life 1 map format. So you would use an editor like Trench Broom, Jack, or Hammer to edit the map files.
All right. There's one from Zodasar here. Are you going to implement the push button codes from the N64 version?
Oh, I haven't even thought about that, if I'm being honest. The answer is I don't know, because we just have not got there, to be honest with you. I'm sure there's more than that. You were scrambling a minute ago.
Yeah, exactly. So let me see.
I'll take 3 more just for the sake of time.
Right. There's mostly just people asking, like, can I be a tester and stuff?
Okay, yeah. Well, for everyone asking to be a tester, join the Discord. I'm sure there are links in the chat. And simply ask us or tag a member of staff to give you the tester role. And we'll notify you with a ping to the role whenever we need your help.
Another question here by Pyron is, anyone know when the releases are scheduled? And he's asking potentially 2021.
So, honestly, I don't know what the current state of this project is in terms of the future roadmap, because a lot of the engine work is being done by Stix51, and I don't want to call him unreliable because he's done some great work, but he's hard to get a schedule out of. And we just don't have enough people to reliably coordinate this with. So I don't know, to be honest.
There's a few more now.
Sure.
Will this support emulated cartridge tilting?
I hadn't thought about that. I mean, it's an idea. I don't know. That's another thing I just have not thought about yet.
All right, and more serious. Well, actually, just another question here. Would the limited RAM of the PSP 1000 and E1000 affect the performance?
Okay, so I'll give you some perspective on this. The original GoldenEye ran on the Nintendo 64 with 4 megabytes of memory in total. Even the 1000 has 32 megabytes and an extra 2 for video memory. So I think we will be fine. I can't see any reason why this would be an issue.
Okay, will there be speed running? So I imagine speed running counters and stuff.
If the campaign gets there, then yes. I mean, I'd encourage speedrunning. But as I said, campaign is not on the table right now just because of lack of manpower.
All right.
I think I should leave it there for the sake of time. But if you have any other questions, please don't hesitate to ask in the Discord and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Thank you for watching. I believe the next presentation is Paint Pro by Masterman, which I will also be presenting. I have 3 back-to-back here because my scheduling is just fantastic. Okay, so Masterman has asked me to present this project for him because I believe his English isn't very good, or he's not very confident with his English. So Paint Pro is effectively it's a photo making and editing program made for the PSP written in C. Currently, it's in the pre-alpha state, and there isn't very much to show. But this is one of those projects where it's more showing what is to come. So right now, there are a few different menus. I'm sorry, I haven't really figured out everything here, but in the left side of the menu, there's a change log, and there's a list of recent files which currently isn't working, and you can switch between the two. So drawing in its most basic form works right now. In this pre-alpha version of Paint Pro, you can draw red and blue with the pen tool. You can access red and blue by quick access. You can get red by holding down L, and you can get blue by holding down R. So workspaces are a concept here for, well, as you guessed, having different workspaces. In Paint Pro, you can switch on different menus by pressing triangle and hovering over the different workspaces. There are also two windows in the right side of your workspace, but right now they're not used and they're empty. Later on, he's going to make a layer menu and an action menu using them. So that's going to be very useful in the future. So in terms of the tool menu, at the left side of the screen, you can find a tool menu that provides you with a few different tools. In the tool menu, you can choose a pen to draw squares, an eraser to erase painted squares, and the filling tool to fill empty spaces. You can choose any tool by hovering over it and pressing the cross button. There are a few screenshots here as we go, of course. The first one is the tool menu, and the second one is the eraser on a filled blue screen. So the circle menu is going to be quite an interesting thing. That sounds like I'm really spoofing, but I saw this presentation, I promise. So the circle menu is kind of interesting because you use the analog stick to select a variety of different options from one little wheel. So thanks to Exnonode for making this possible. Currently, it's not working, but it's just a question of time. The circle menu makes it possible to change the tool's parameter and its color. It's also possible to undo and redo from this menu. You can press the red cross to close the menu. As you can see in the screenshot there, it's highlighted there just at the bottom. To control the stick, or to control the circle menu, you just use the analog stick, so it's fairly straightforward. To open the circle menu, you hold square. So you can also control brush size and cursor speed. You can change the brush size by pressing up or down to increase and decrease the size, respectively, on the D-pad, of course. To change the cursor speed, you press left to slow it down, and you press right to speed it up. So this is coming towards the end now, but you can also clear your workspace by pressing select, and you can go back to the menu by pressing start. And this is a picture of a cleared workspace. So that's all there is right now, but as he said earlier, I must stress that this is a pre-alpha and very little is implemented of what is to come. A lot will be coming in the future, but stay tuned. Do you have any questions?
Not really a question, but a remark. L130 from YouTube says it would be great to add an animation mode.
Animation mode. Masterman is in the chat here himself, so I ask you to redirect some of these questions to him. I'm sure that is on the table, but I can't confirm that personally.
Ah, right. He's right there in chat. All right.
Yeah.
There's one from Abu Butt. Will you make an option to save your images? But I presume that will be in there.
Yeah, so I'm speaking for Mastermind here, but I presume that's going to be one of the first things that's implemented once the program gets to a better state. So definitely, I would say.
Okay, I just got a response here. There will not be an animation mode.
Okay, fair enough.
And there will be a way to export the photo and then like to the memory stick and then transfer it to your computer.
Cool. Thanks to Masterman for clarifying that. Any other questions? I understand he'll probably be answering a few of them himself, but for the sake of hearing YouTube out.
Exactly. There is a question which is from Tim Dow. How many colors will it have, basically? But I presume that it will be just the entire color range, which is like 888 RGB color.
I think so, yeah. I mean,
60 million something.
yeah, 16 million sounds about right in the RGBA 8888, but I'm sure Masterman will confirm that himself.
Yes. It just confirmed I will make a full RGB color palette.
Okay.
There you go.
It says, "Will there be a DTV says, will there be a paint light?"
A paint light?
I think it's. Does it work on PPSSPP? Yes.
Should, yeah.
Okay. Maybe except for like the image exporting. I'm not sure about that.
I'll tell you what. Because I'm not really an authority for this, I'm going to ask that questions are passed directly to Masterman in the Discord, because I don't want to be throwing guesses out here and giving inaccurate information on stream. Just not trying to cut it short, but he's the person to ask.
Correct.
So the next presentation is me again. It's a presentation on the full potential of the PSP. So if you give me a second. Here we go. My stream's gone really fucky there for a second, don't worry. Okay. So this is a very technical and theoretical presentation about the full potential of how we could use the PSP. So a quick recap of the PSP's hardware. I know a lot of the developers will be aware of this, but many of the viewers may not be. So the PSP's main CPU is the 333 MHz MIPS R4000 called Allegrex. It has a vector unit and a floating point unit on board called the VFPU, in other words. The secondary CPU of the PSP is also a 323 MHz MIPS R4000. This one is called the Media Engine because on board it has a 166 MHz chip called the Virtual Mobile Engine that is capable of hardware multimedia decoding. It also has its own 2 megabytes of ED RAM for convenience, effectively. The GPU runs it up to 166 MHz. It doesn't have a formal name, it's just called the graphics core. It has 2 megabytes of ED RAM, and while I haven't confirmed it, I think I had a discussion with this with the other developers. I'm going to assume it's 2 megabytes of ED RAM, but I've heard rumors of it doubling to 4 megabytes in later models. But for the time being, assume it's 2 megabytes. So RAM-wise, we have 32 megabytes at our disposal on the PSP 1000 and 64 megabytes on all later models. In terms of auxiliary hardware, we have Kirk as the main encryption chip and Spock for UMD encryption and decryption. So why was the PSP restricted? First of all, the PSP OS, or the system, reserved some of our memory. It was around 8 megabytes in total. So of our 32 megabytes accessible to commercial games, 8 of that was taken away, leaving us with 24 megabytes, or about 75% of what we originally had available. The media engine is not accessible by commercial developers. This was done really as a precaution, and only official functions could be passed through it. So ones that Sony wrote themselves, such as passing audio and video playback to the Virtual Mobile Engine. Only 32 megabytes of the 64 in later models is accessible for commercial games. This was purely a matter of compatibility. And to answer a question I'm surely going to get, the extra 32 was added as a UMD cache and to make the web browser work more effectively. It was also used in the PSP Go for save states, I believe. Finally, Kirk, and by extension Spock, is also not accessible directly. Again, as a precaution. So what can we do? The simple answer is, as homebrew developers, we are not limited by the same arbitrary software shackles imposed by Sony. In other words, we have kernel mode, which allows us to bypass all of these system-imposed restrictions. So we have access to the extended RAM, so all 64 megabytes, but we also get to shaft Sony's reserved memory out of RAM. So we have virtually all 32 megabytes free again. So even the 1000 models have more memory to work with. We have arbitrary code execution on the media engine, which is a fancy way of saying we can run our code there. That's a huge deal because we basically have another processor that has the same clock speed on the same architecture as the main one, with the only difference being the absence of a vector unit. Kirk, again, can be directly accessed now. This is a slightly more edge case scenario, but Kirk can be used for hashing and list sorting. The only catch to all of this is that kernel mode requires software to be unsigned, because signing a software will result in kernel mode being escaped, if you will, and we are back into system restrictions. So what's the potential for all of this? If you do some simple maths as I've shown on the screen, we get 42.5 operations per pixel per second at 60 frames per second if we dedicate the entire media engine to pixel effects, or 85 at 30 frames per second. That's a pretty big deal when you think about it. If we were to reserve the entire media engine for software effects, we could have up to 85 operations per pixel per second at a solid 30 frames per second. So as I've said here, lots of pixel operations are now free. But I also want to mention that the media engine can be used for more than just effects. For instance, Minecraft PSP uses the media engine to offload terrain generation. And I'm going to steal a bit of Iridescent's presentation here by recapping how big a deal that is. In Minecraft PSP, the frame rate, it was around 7 FPS when everything was being done on the main CPU. As the initial terrain generation was moved to the media engine, performance doubled to around 15 frames per second. Finally, once the media engine and main CPU balance was improved, we had 60 frames per second. So it's an astronomical increase in potential performance. We have Kirk pre-computing hashes and lists, an idea I didn't get to go through because I had that technical issue. Sorry about that. But the idea basically is to use Kirk's encryption and decryption capabilities and harness them in a slightly different way to go through pre-computed lists, which could be used in, for instance, Quake and Half-Life 1 BSPs or map files. So the result could be vertex or fragment shaders done in software on the media engine. I don't need to explain how big a deal that is because commercial developers could never do this. Yet here we are. So as I said, lots of nice software-driven effects are just a nice bonus. The VME is also largely unknown. In fact, if you go to the main PSP documentation page hosted by Hitmen, you get an overview of the chip, and that's it. In theory, the VME is said to be a reprogrammable FPGA, which could be used for very fast specialized operations. One page is even cited that is capable of 5 gigaflops alone. To put this number in perspective, the PS2, when all of its processors are utilized to their maximum potential, can generate 6.2 gigaflops of compute performance. So that's a huge deal, and it's something we will definitely be investigating down the line if we can. So I've called this the XFP trick because it reminds me of something people did with the external frame buffer on the Wii. The idea is this. The scene is rendered to a texture which is then stored in RAM. From there, the media engine can access and modify this texture, i.e. the scene we've just rendered. Finally, once the media engine has done all of its processing and added lots of nice effects, the texture, or the scene, can be sent to the screen. The overall result is tone mapping, as shown on the left, lots of bloom, as shown on the right, and many other effects are now possible that would have required substantially more resources before. Now, as I've said here, this is with the entire media engine dedicated to effects and post-processing, where we may also want to use it, for instance, for physics and simulation. So another thing that people dismiss a lot of the time are NURBs. NURBs are an alternative to using polygons for geometry. The full name for them is non-uniform rational basis splines. They are mathematically defined curves instead of points or polygons. This image here is a good demonstration of what NURBs are about. On the left, we have a wine glass at minimum detail level, and in the middle, we have a wine glass that is tessellated using mathematically defined NURBS to generate more detail and more polygons. This can be dynamically adjusted based on many different factors, such as the player's position from the geometry in question, to both improve performance and improve overall quality. The issue with NURBS is that it's difficult to utilize them properly because the PSP is one of the only devices to this day that has hardware support for NURBS, which is kind of special if you think about it, but this also makes them a little bit more frustrating to work with. As I said, they support tessellation, so the final infinitely smooth surface is not usually rendered. Instead, the polygons are dynamically tessellated and and the overall resulting geometry is best optimized for both performance and level of detail. The last image on the screen is from a PSP game, the name of which has embarrassingly slipped my memory. But this is a PSP game released in 2005 called, it was either Death Jr. or something with death in the name. And it's one of the only games on the PSP, or indeed any console, that makes heavy use of NURBS. I wanted to mention this not because I know a huge deal about the game, but because we know for a fact it's possible in a playable game situation. So what did commercial developers achieve on the PSP? Well, from left to right, we've God of War, Medal of Honor, and Gran Turismo. These are all visually appealing games, and they really pushed the platform to the limit. Well, to the limit they were allowed. It's important to remember that these commercial developers achieved what they did with substantially less resources than we had available. For them, CPU load would have been a real potential bottleneck. But for us, with the media engine involved, we now have substantially more overhead. And if anything is now a bottleneck, it has to be the GPU in almost any situation. So, what can we expect? This is just the end, and I wanted to give a few examples of the level of visuals we should be aiming for and aspiring to on the PSP. From left to right, we have 2 Wii games in the PlayStation 2 game: The Last Story, Super Mario Galaxy, and Killzone, all running real time on their respective hardware. Now, both the Wii and the PS2 are slightly above the PSP spec, but with the extra resources available to us, there is no reason we can't generate visuals of this level. And there's no reason we can't aspire to achieve visuals like any of these 3 games. And I think you'll agree with me when I say that if we were to achieve graphics like this on the PSP, it would be an amazing achievement. Something that commercial developers themselves could not do. And I think that's very exciting for the PSP homebrew scene. It's important to remember that we have more at our disposal than PSP developers ever had before. So we should be aiming higher. We should be aiming a bit beyond what PSP games set before, and we should be aiming for the next level of visual quality. But we should also aim for the next level of in-game quality. As I mentioned, physics and simulation can now be achieved in a much more efficient way because we have so much more CPU time at our disposal. We also have more memory, which has countless knock-on effects. And to conclude this presentation, the PSP has a lot to look forward to. Thank you for watching. Does anyone have any questions?
Right, there's one from Water right in chat. Which types of encryption are supported by the Kirk?
So I'm going by memory here, but some SHA encryption is supported. I believe SHA-1 definitely in there. AES and network security is handled by Kirk. And UMD encryption is the only thing Spock handles. Anything else in the encryption side is handled by Kirk on the PSP.
Right, there's one from JB. Can we optimize God of War graphically with these improvements?
So, as a general question, can we optimize existing commercial games? The answer is yes. In theory, we could optimize existing commercial games to look and run better than they did before. But this is a complicated process that would involve decompiling or at least stripping down the game, editing the code, and rearranging the system's resources. So, yes, but with a huge asterisk beside it, because I don't want to get anyone's hopes up.
All right, there's one from Random over here. I've read a lot on the CPU and media engine, but I rarely hear anyone talk about the PSP's GPU. Is that because there's not much known about the GPU?
That is actually a good question. The GPU is pretty well documented, but the reason people focus on the media engine, particularly in the homebrew scene, is because it's simply a more exciting piece of hardware. It's more exciting to think about what the chip could do because we haven't fully explored it yet. The GPU is well documented enough, and we know the limits, roughly speaking, of what to achieve. You can find plenty documentation of this on Hitmen's documentation website. Give that a quick Google, and you should find plenty.
All right, there's another question from Jason here. Is the ME just as powerful as the Allegrex, ignoring the VME?
Yes. So the media engine is functionally identical to the main CPU in almost every regard, which is why it's so exciting, really.
And there's a few questions asking basically how realistic it would be until we see homebrew games utilizing these new optimizations.
I'm glad you asked that because the Stardust engine will be taking full advantage of the media engine, or at least full advantage as far as we know of, as in as much as we can achieve at this point in time. So we can do a lot with the media engine right now, and Stardust, the engine, hopes to achieve as much as possible with it. I am hoping to make a game in the Stardust engine that makes full advantage of the media engine, and I'll be getting back to that in a later presentation. But for now, I couldn't give you an exact estimate, but all the foundations are in place. So soon.
Let's see. There's a few questions, but they're kind of off topic and easy to answer for. Well, actually, I'll just read them out.
Sure.
Would disabling/removing the UMD have any effect on performance?
So the UMD is a slightly slower medium than flash storage or our memory sticks or the Go's internal storage. So in theory, you could get slightly improved loading times, or in some games where streaming from disk is a bottleneck, you could see improved performance or reduced stuttering by using flash memory instead of a UMD.
All right. There's a question from me myself.
Okay.
Have there been any recorded? Have there been any stock? What do you say? Like bulk buys of empty UMD disks, which could be stamped.
So I haven't done that much research into UMDs as a format themselves, but I believe they're proprietary in ASIC production now. So I say no, but not definitively.
All right. Okay.
Is that everything, or are there more?
There's more.
Great.
Okay. Are there any networking improvements that can be done on the PSP?
Okay, so that's a tough question to answer because earlier, me and a few developers were talking about developing a WPA2 driver for the PSP, which would allow the PSP to recognize and connect to newer networks. Because right now, the PSP only supports WEP and WPA. But the reality is, there are too many complications and it might not even be possible due to issues with the Wi Fi controller itself. So, nothing really.
Let's see. I'm now looking at the YouTube chat for a second. When are you going to show that black tech demo from Claude?
So, I'm giving a presentation on that black tech demo later in this conference. So, please stay tuned.
Oh, really?
Anything else? I'm sure
Let's
this.
see, it's just scrolling through a bit.
Sure.
Would understanding the VME further help more with improving on performance?
Sorry, one more time. I was looking at some of these questions myself.
Yeah, no problem. Would understanding the VME to a further extent help with increasing performance?
Yes. So if we figured out what makes the VME tick, and we could, in theory, reprogram it as an FPGA, which is to say, it's a reprogrammable specialized chip, we could see huge improvements in specialized operations if we were able to take advantage of it.
So an FPGA basically just you can create any kind of hardware you want, basically.
Yeah. I don't want to get into FPGAs themselves, but they're reprogrammable hardware that can be used for specialized tasks. So a lot of stuff to be done there in theory. I see one question here I want to answer myself. Sorry, where's it gone? I can't find it. Can you see anything else?
Here's a question from Tim Dow. Real questions. What do you think as a reference is really possible?
Sorry?
What do you think as a reference is possible?
So as I've said, I think we should aspire to achieve levels of visuals that are roughly on par with the Wii, which doesn't sound like a huge jump, but it's definitely ahead of what the PSP could do at its limit. Oh, I found the question now. So, what caused other consoles to not use NURBS? So, Sony were just particularly ahead of the curve, if you'll excuse the pun, and they wanted to jump on board NURBS because they thought it was a new type of rendering that could be a breakthrough in rendering. But it never caught on. And while the PSP has hardware support for NURBS, potentially the PS2 and the PS3 as well, don't quote me on that, it soon went out of fashion, almost as soon as it took off. So the PSP remains one of the only devices to support NURBS as a format, or as a thing, I guess.
All right, there's a question from Random in Discord. How difficult is it to sync the media engine and the main CPU to use them for generic multi-threaded code?
That's a very good question. It's hard to say because there are a lot of variables involved, but it's not quite the same as multi-threading across two different cores on a dual-core CPU because we're dealing with two separate CPUs. Now, fortunately, they're identical in most ways, so it's not a huge leap. But we are sending instructions across to a different part of the PSP, which incurs its own performance penalty, for starters. And the media engine itself is also a little bit unstable and a bit finicky to work with because while code is definitely being run on it, and people have done it before, such as Minecraft, it's a little bit, it still hasn't been completely explored and understood. So I don't really know how else to answer that question, but there's a little bit of information. I'll take one more.
All right. Let's see. What, in your opinion, is the biggest bottleneck on the PSP?
So the biggest bottleneck on the PSP in homebrew games is without question the GPU in 9 out of 10 cases. Because the GPU is 166 megahertz, and while we should never be comparing clock speeds across different architectures, let alone across a CPU and a GPU, we've two processors that are perfectly capable of feeding the GPU instructions. And we've doubled the amount of processing time that Sony actually wanted to give developers on the PSP. So I think in most cases, it's definitely the GPU. And to give you a little example of this, with Nazi Zombies Portable, as was mentioned earlier, adding VFPU optimization, as in offloading a lot of calculations to the PSP's specialized vector unit, did not result in huge performance speedups at all. They only gained a few frames because the main bottleneck was in the GPU. And while I'm on the VFPU, I wanted to add an interesting little statistic. On average, it is between 10 and 40 times faster to perform a calculation on the PSP's VFPU than to do it in software on the main CPUs. So there is huge potential for optimization in some cases.
All right. We should be moving on, but I missed a single question like 2 times. So
okay, we'll give that a chance then.
It's from Fix. How come it took so long for full exploration of the PSP to take off?
Oh, I saw that when I was checking my phone, actually. It's a good question. I wasn't really around when a lot of the initial exploration was taking place, but I think it's a lot harder to find people who will go through hardware piece by piece and understand every single step of the way. I think it was just a matter of people involved, expertise, and it's a very difficult undertaking to understand a huge system in such good detail. Hopefully, we will understand it more as time goes on, but right now, we just have to work with what we know. Anyway, I think I should leave the questions there for this presentation. Thank you for watching. The next presentation, I believe, is CSPSP by Masterman, which will be presented by Moto Legacy this time.
Hello.
Hello, Moto.
Yes.
I have been summoned.
You have been summoned.
Give me just a second here.
Yeah, I'm really sorry, by the way, about how this presentation has dragged on a bit, because I know for some people in particular, it's getting very late and they want to meet a schedule. So we should probably cut questions a bit short going forward. Thank you to everyone showing some interest in the hardware and the theoretical performance side of things, because it's nice to see end users engaging a bit more with what the PSP can do. Just thought I'd mention that while Moto's warming up. You good there, Moto?
Yeah, I appear to have lost the presentation, and I'm going to have to re-download.
Oh, that's great.
Yes, great.
It's okay, I still have it. Just give me 2 seconds. Sorry, this was not.
No, I found it. Don't worry about it.
Cool.
Someone just sent an Amazon link for a 4 gigabyte hard drive for the PSP.
What?
Yeah,
Bruh.
just look in the Discord. You'll see. Send on.
Just answering this one while Moto's warming up. Can you make huge open world PSP games like Zelda for Switch? I would say it's possible as long as you're clever and you know your limits. That's the short answer. It looks like Moto's ready now, so I won't delay anything any longer.
Yep, so I will be talking about CSPSP on behalf of Masterman. We're going into detail about 1.93, 1.94, and the future 1.95 version. So an overview and short history, CSPSP is a homebrew game for PSP, originally based heavily on Valve's popular Counter-Strike game. It's a two-dimensional overhead, top-down shooter that features simple team gameplay and a variety of weapons. CSPSP focuses heavily on multiplayer gameplay and is one of the most popular networked PSP homebrew games. CSPSP was originally developed by Kevin Shen, 2009 through 2011, but in 2011 development was stopped. After Kevin left, the game was developed by Unlocker, 2015 to 2019. Now the game is being updated by Masterman, 2017 through current. 1.93 and 1.94 updates. Both updates were released in 2019. 1.93 features round time, amount of bots, a switchable regeneration, 3 changeable game soundtracks, 2 maps, CZ Italy, waypoint fixes, and etc. 1.94 update features some fixes, reset round settings button, 2 worse maps, many weapon texture changes, change bot signs on round settings, new soundtracks, and etc. Full changelog contained in willowlow.net or in the games folder. Settings in 1.93 and 1.94. For those who didn't see the current settings menu, you can now change the playable soundtrack on a second page. Here are some screenshots of the game. Round settings. This is the most interesting thing he's made for all of the time development CSPSP. Now you can control your round time, bots, bot amount, and regeneration. And the next version, he's going to make more settings to make single player more interesting, to spend more time on it. Texture changes. In 1.94, he wanted to change some weapon textures. This is what he got. Here are some more screenshots. Probable 1.95 to-do list. This was written in Willowlow.net, but he'll show you two here. Make T-bots and CT-bot settings in single-player menu instead of max bots. Add 2 additional soundtrack slots. Add buying time setting in the single-player menu. Fix bot buy zone to make CT buy M4A1 AUG, but not AK-47 and SG. Customize both HP per regeneration, 5 HP, 30 HP, 80 HP, etc. Make player left and right rotate sensitivity settings. In-game single-player stats, bot kills, deaths, KD ratio, and favorite weapon. M4A1 and USP silencers. Glockenverlass burst mode. Here are some more screenshots. That is all. Thanks for watching. CSPSP is still being updated. Keep your eyes on. I'm sure he'll be able to answer some questions in the Discord chat.
Right, so kind of silent here all the time. Like it's just like, oh yeah, we'll answer questions now, and then a bit of a delay, and there we go. Question from random: can you add a laser sight feature so it is easier to tell where you're aiming?
I believe we should let Masterman answer some of these questions where we might not have the expertise, just so we're.
Yes. I'll just read from chat then. Masterman, do you plan to add new weapons? No. It will cost to make another CSPSP master server. So no new weapons. Can you add a laser sight feature so it is easier to tell where you're aiming? Yes. Let's see. He also says, I can also disable this low health screen. Will CSPSP have a light system? It might have, but I don't know how to do that. The answer. Can we port CSPSP on 3D using the Stardust engine? Though I know about CS Doom, I guess, 3D on PSP. And his answer is that, oh, the question is not for him. Can't answer that.
You could do it, but that would be your own ambition.
Just an addendum on that point. Someone has already made a recreation of Counter-Strike 1.6 on the Quake engine, so I see no reason why it wouldn't be possible elsewhere.
Someone asked, what is the max sprite limit for weapon sprites? And he says 32 by 30.
I think we should let Masterman take some of these questions himself.
We're just reading over what he replies with for people on YouTube.
Oh,
yeah,
no, I get that.
They can't see it.
Yeah.
So, do we have some background music or something?
I mean, I could get some.
Currently, no, but I can start my soundtrack that I was playing earlier.
I'll go for it. Absolutely.
Actually, no, just go, yeah.
Also, if you didn't know, I basically had the power go off for a second here. So, Irid, go ahead. I thought someone was talking, but I guess not. Irid, JB suggests putting the Discord chat on the stream.
Yes, that's a good idea.
If you're able to.
We're gonna try it. Previously didn't work.
There's someone asking if it will be PSVR tracking compatible, but
I'm not sure how you're gonna get PSVR on a PSP.
so, like, I would like to see it, but it's not gonna happen because, like, just no. It would be like a miracle to have that. All right. And someone else says, "I want to play a Super Mario 64 clone in first person in PSVR. Make that happen." Yeah, I don't think so. Not on the PSP, at least.
My dumbass was just speaking for 3 minutes and my microphone was off.
Oh no.
Oh, that's why.
Imagine doing the stare bug on the,
Oh.
Super Mario 64 in PSVR.
So actually, there is a VR setup thing for the PSP.
You know what? I will count that. That works in my
That
eyes.
is
Wait,
actually VR.
for the PSP?
Yeah, look in the conference chat. Random posted a picture. That would actually be cool to have a demo for.
Holy smokes! What?
Like I've seen that before. I believe that's an actual thing, but
No,
Who's
this
next, by
is
the way?
epic. But
Yeah, sorry
There's
to rush
no-
you guys. It's iridescent next. I think we should just keep the conference flowing rather than be weighed down by text questions at this point.
yeah,
Okay,
probably.
yeah, definitely, because
It's quite late already.
Even I'm running out
Yes.
of time. You know what I mean? So
also,
Iridescent, you can
question,
Minecraft.
why do I say that the Vita is weak? Because it's only slightly marginally better than the PSP. It's not even equivalent to the PS3, and Sony said it themselves.
Yeah, I agree. It's
Like
444
another
megahertz. I mean, even with a few extra cores, what can you do?
With weaker IPC, by the way.
Really?
Mr. Ryan,
Good.
Did you skip me or?
Let me see. Oh, sorry, you're right. PSP chat is next.
All right. So I'm just going to test the go live button now, see if it crashes or not. Let me open my presentation as well.
While you're working on that, I just want to correct someone who's saying the Vita can do 500 megahertz. It can overclock to around 490 megahertz, maybe 500, but that's overclocking. Just being clear.
Yes, you're
Nice.
overclocking a system that's already weak and bad anyways.
Yeah.
Am I
Oh,
live?
Just my opinion here.
Yes, you're live.
No, I agree wholeheartedly.
Alright,
It's
Being
still
honest.
loading up for me.
I'm open
Oh,
up
no,
my
there it is.
script on my phone real quick.
Wait, on the
It's
schedule
working,
it says that I'm before PSP
Wait,
chat.
how?
No, on my schedule it says it's CS, PSP, then PSP chat, then Minecraft. Check
What
the
about
pin
threading
messages.
slash DME? That was on the official.
Did we skip that one?
Yeah.
We skipped that one. Okay.
That's why I was about to go live.
Notch is he has his presentation up now, so we'll go with that.
Okay then.
Sorry about the
Okay.
disarray.
Right.
Go for your thing after that.
All right. So hello everyone. I'm Notch, or however you like to pronounce it. I'm a programmer, PSP developer, game prototyper, science lover, Linux enthusiast, and a privacy freak. I'm here to give you info about PSP chat and its future. So you can learn more about me in this link, noche-x.github.io. I'm going to first answer some of the questions that I get asked frequently in a presentation or in a slideshow in 5W question style. Like I'm going to answer what's PSP chat, when is PSP chat going to release, and so on. Then I'm going to explain some of the technical challenges that I've faced along the way. It's not complete yet, but yeah, there are some stuff that I'm facing right now, which I'm going to talk about. I'll answer your questions in the end, so if you have any questions, please note them. Yeah. So first off, anyways, let's get to the questions. First off, what is PSP chat? PSP chat is an unofficial Discord client for the PSP. This client is done with network sockets and with the Discord API. PSP chat is aimed to be decentralized and privacy focused. By that, I mean the system of connecting to the Discord is not dependent on me. It's going to be user driven, and the system shouldn't store any personal info. Uh, you're going to set a username and then just connect, no passwords or anything. It's just like an IRC client. So yeah, it's just going to relay the messages from a Discord bot. So how is this system functioning? The system functions like this. PSP connects to a middleman server, which is hosted by the Discord server owner. The middleman server hosts a Discord bot, which sends the PSP messages to Discord, and vice versa, and receiving as well. I'm skipping. Where can I host this middleman server? I'm going to try to make this middleman server as lightweight as possible. So I'm aiming that it will run on a Raspberry Pi Zero. Cheap, small, not so fast, but I guess it's usable. Why does PSP Chat need a middleman server? There's no publicly documented Discord connection to the Discord service, and so I have to do with what's available. There are some APIs that were used in the past, but I tried to replicate all of them, but I failed with bad request errors with HTTP. I thought to send a message or receive a message, I need a user. Like any normal human, you will receive it from the client. You will see it. So it will be not practical for someone to create a user for every server they host or they join. So I thought a bot could do the same thing. I'm not going to host the bot because that will not be decentralized. Every server owner hosts their own clone of the bot. They should create a separate account for the bot because there is a risk of banning. So yeah, that will be more secure. They have to set up a quote unquote app on the Discord developer API portal. Then you will insert your token and voila, it will work. When is there going to be a release of PSP Chat, or when is the version 1.0? When the development reaches the first milestone, I'm going to start releasing builds. What is the first milestone? It's version 0.1, the bare minimum. The goals are connection, packets, send, receive, and general functionality. Version 1.0 hopefully will be released in June of this year. So what are the technical challenges that I faced? First, the most important, the connection from a PSP to Discord. As I mentioned earlier, there is no publicly documented Discord connection to the Discord servers. So I had to use the bot API to make a middleman server, which the PSP connects to, and so on. So this bot needs to relay and see the messages. I'm thinking of making a voice chat support bot. I'm not sure yet because the library that I'm currently using doesn't have any voice data sending stuff. So yeah. The second challenge that I faced was the connection setup with C++ libraries. Me and Iridescent tried to figure this issue out, but we weren't able to find it. But I ported over my stuff to Stardust engine, and all worked like a charm. Yeah. So if you're interested in the project, take a look at the GitHub page, which you can scan by the QR code. Yeah. I'm going to leave it for a minute so people to, check out. So that's about it for PSP Chat, I guess. If you have any questions, please type it in the conference channel. And today I'm going to release the version 0.1 pre-1 version because I think it's ready. There's no receiving yet, but you can send messages. I have a testing server, which Mr. Ryan, can I send the invite link to the PSP Chat client, or Mr. Ryan?
You might be
Yes,
away.
I'm back. Literally just back. I was getting a tea, if I'm being honest.
Can I send the PSP chat testing server link to the PSP chat client
Yeah.
channel?
Yeah,
Right.
go ahead.
I'll create a invite people. Never and no limit. So yeah, here it is. You can join. See what are the messages that I did. So take a look at this. So me and Slandix and BC Deshi, I believe I pronounced that wrong. Sorry.
That's how I would pronounce it, don't worry.
Okay. So here it is working like a charm. There is multiple users, PP, GM, JT, multi-threading. Yeah. So let's do a test, I guess. What do you guys want me to write? And let me open up the app, actually.
Something about the PSP being cool. I think that would be appropriate.
PP is me, someone wrote. Slandix, right? So
Yes, Landy.
yeah. In order to connect to this Discord, you need to have a VPA wireless router or a router that supports VPA. You can create another channel for the PSP and set the password for a ridiculous text, and yeah, it will be not so secure, but yeah, try to use it rarely as possible because VPA is not secure. VPA2 is not secure too, but yeah. So let me enter my username. No, I wish I could show the my PSP screen, but I don't have a webcam, so sorry. So I just enter my username and let's type
Claude says right Vita sucks.
what sucks and
Vita
Sucks.
definitely.
It's the only logical thing you can do here.
Is it's really hard to write on the PSP. Holy moly! And enter. Yeah, it's really hard, as you can see here. I changed the piece to Qs and in the wrong order. Is good. Yeah, I just with why do you think Vida is gay? It doesn't have a media engine, the coolest processor unit in the whole world. Hello, what do you mean? So that's about it for my presentation. So any questions from the YouTube and the conference channel? I just
Yes, there are actually some questions.
Alright.
There is one from W4. That's not a W. Y4F3, and the question is, how is the latency of the chat at this point?
Well, I can show you the clients right now. This here. See if when I press start button, get the request. Watch here. I'm going to highlight it so you can see the and beep. See, no delay at all. I just said beep in order to you to understand. So let me highlight it again and beep. Yeah, it's just a dumb way to say it, but yeah.
So practically none at all. No delay.
Well, yeah. So my IP is public right now. This is my public IP. I can change it later on, but when I'm testing it from the LAN, I have to change it to the LAN IP. Yeah. Basically, little delay, maybe less than a half of a second. So I don't know. There's like no way that I can do it correctly, because well, I can't get the PSP input to the computer and record there and blah blah blah. And if I do it from a stopwatch, there's a human error always. So
Oh, that's
yeah.
fine. So there's not any significant delay. Like it doesn't really, have any impact. Right. There's another question. Is this allowed by Discord? Is it not against the terms of service?
I checked the legal documentation or the legal papers, but there's no mention of custom clients or any word. But yeah, it's probably bannable because 3DS had a Discord client as well that connected to the Discord servers with HTTP requests. I tried to replicate it, but I failed by actually copying the request itself from the Discord client in the desktop. So yeah, they probably did some trickery to block requests from unknown, you know, unknown request or something. So yeah, it's probably bannable, but you're entering a username that could be anything. You're not banned. You could not be banned. The server owner could be banned, and by to bypass that, you could create another user and create a bot from there. There's no delay to create an app or anything, so yeah, it will be safe, I guess.
All right. Random just quoted a ton of questions by Masterman. First of which is, would it look like the original Discord, the normal Discord?
Version 0.3, I guess. It will start to look like Discord. When Iridescent finishes the UI stuff with Stardust, and when I finish with the networking stuff, it will start to look like Discord.
Okay. The second question is, are you planning to make it compatible with the PSP camera?
I got that question, but yeah, let me answer it again. It was from me earlier. Yeah. PSP camera, I'm not going to support it, I think, because it would be slow. And as I said, there's no way. The library that I'm using has no, DM recording or DM calls, so you wouldn't able to use the camera there. So probably not. Definitely not. 90%. No.
Okay, so then you also wouldn't have any voice chat functionality.
I'm thinking of voice chat when I get a PSP headset. I will try to mess around with the audio stuff, but I don't know how that works. But I want to do it. But that will be a later on edition because yeah, I don't have a headset or I don't have experience with the audio recording stuff.
Okay. What is the way you input text? Is it using the built-in?
Built-in on-screen keyboard.
Okay.
I want to change that to a faster typing style, but I saw a Lua keyboard that I can probably implement to PSP chat, which is really fast to type in, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Tag
Cool.
H asks, can you gift your e-girl Nitro over PSP chat?
Ooh, that's a really tough one.
I don't think.
As long as you have the code, you can send it from the DMs, right? Yeah. There's no DM functionality yet, and I will try to do it, but I think that would be bad and I think that that would be not be possible. I think so. Yeah, you could send it, but someone else could snatch that code as well. So yeah, sorry.
Right. There's another question. Will you have support for languages like Japanese, Chinese, Korean, Arabic, stuff like that?
Definitely.
Okay. Right. There was a question about if it will have its own Discord channel, but it does.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Guys, I hate to hurry you up a bit. We've spent a lot of time on questions. I don't know, for a lot of people, it's getting quite late. So
Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting late for me as well. But yeah, try to rush through them. I'll keep it short.
I don't see. There's people asking about is there a chance of PSP breaking, but that just in general.
It doesn't seem probable.
No, it's very unlikely, if possible at all.
Yeah, there's no way to. How do you even break a PSP? I don't know.
That basically seems to be everything.
From YouTube and Discord channels.
Yeah, I don't see anything in YouTube either.
Okay, so if there's any questions, I will answer it on the PSP Chat client channel, and from tomorrow, I guess. So yeah, that's it for me. And thanks for listening. I was watching. Yeah.
Okay, I guess I'm streaming.
Right.
yeah, it's
Should we
Minecraft
hurry
up
up
next.
on the questions for like the upcoming presentations? Like just a bit more.
Yeah, take like 5 or 10 or less. Probably 5.
I kind of want to answer,
5 sounds
get
good.
all answered, but that just doesn't fit.
Yeah, answer the rest
Yeah.
in text chat, maybe.
Sure, that's probably easier.
Yeah.
Okay, ready?
Yep. It's a limited edition.
Fine. Okay, so my presentation here is on the importance of threading and the media engine. So first off, I'm going to talk about sort of the hardware perspective. The PSP is basically using a single core MIPS R4000 processor. As such, most programs are designed to be single-threaded due to the fact, obviously, that's a single core processor. However, this doesn't really work for all programs, especially networking programs that need to have multiple threads to handle I/O at any time. Network applications, especially, need to be asynchronous. And asynchronous design is becoming somewhat of a modern trend in sort of program design. So the reason to use threads. They can greatly balance games and make them a lot more performant than you normally would get just by running everything on the single CPU. Most games are actually going to be using way less than 16 milliseconds per VBlank, sorry. So stop wasting this extra time. So in the way that you draw to the PSP screen, usually most engines have a at the end of the frame, they basically just wait and pause, and you waste all that extra time if you're not taking advantage of threads. So efficiency and performance can be significantly enhanced by using the threading API for using jobs and things like that. And the SCE kernel, the PSP kernel, has a very good control structure for doing stuff like threads. Looking at it from the software perspective, it's pretty easy. PSP threads can be created with kernel create thread. Obviously, there's data inside there, like the thread name and the thread function. They can be started with start thread, deleted with delete thread. There's also terminate with terminate thread, obviously. And PSP threading control can be manually invoked by using a C kernel delay thread, which is something that is great if you have loops in a thread. And you can use it to actually force one thread to yield to another. So if I have two threads that are defined and one is going through a loop, and then it eventually it's going to take up all the time. If it's like, for example, an infinite loop, take something like Minecraft PSP, that's always going to be running in an infinite loop. We're going to use SE kernel delay thread to basically force execution to go to other sorts of venues. Sometimes, though, this can introduce timing issues, so you really have to be able to access, as with any sort of thread program, maybe using mutexes, things like that, alongside preventing race conditions and stuff like that. So let's talk a little bit more about sort of the media engine. The media engine is really a secondary PSP processor that the PSP has in order to be able to do things with. It's a functionally equivalent to the main CPU. It doesn't have a VFPU, so that's the only real difference there between the two. It has a few specific issues with access and cache. For example, it cannot access the sort of what's it called, VRAM, mainly because VRAM is directly on the same chip, the same EDRAM chip, so it can't necessarily access that. There's also a few things where if you don't clear the data cache, it's not going to write to memory. Otherwise, it is a very significant performance speedup, however. So let's cover a little bit more about it. So in order to use the ME, what's there is that the media engine's driver is basically best obtained from Daedalus, because Daedalus obtained it from ME Booter, which is like the Sony implementation of it. And it's really useful to use that ME driver. The media engine can accept some specific jobs from static functions, and the media engine cares about cache usage and requires either uncached data or pointers to that sort of data. Otherwise, it can't really read the data correctly. For example, if I have a global variable in my program, it's not going to be able to just know exactly what that is. The media engine also has a distinct lack of SE kernel functions alongside others, and especially the standard library can be sometimes hit or miss in all the availability on the ME. This means that the ME is sort of best done for things that are more data intense or more data and computation intensive, rather than doing general purpose things. So here's what ME usage can do. So the media engine is used extensively by Daedalus 64 and Minecraft for the PSP. Since I am the developer of Minecraft for the PSP, let's talk about some of the performance. Before using the ME at all, chunk loading would cause drawdowns of over 80%, with FPS consistently under 7. Partial ME usage keeps it somewhere about above 15, except for a few cases, and full ME usage, as is still being worked on, is projected to now result in a flawless 60 FPS. So, looking into the future, the media engine's performance benefits can give applications approximately 50 to 90% extra performance relative to the initial CPU. Alongside that, applications that were thought impossible should definitely be reassessed if they were not possible due to the computing needs, or if applications could take advantage of the ME to gain speed boosts and stuff like that. The constraint now is, for the most part, on the actual GPU of the PSP, because there isn't too much that can really be extended with that. There's only so much that you can do in terms of using the GPU properly. For example, one of the things I thought that the media engine could be used for would be something like a simulation game, or something that needs a lot of pre-calculations. If someone can make an ME driver that would be really easy to implement, then it could be significantly easier to add in, as right now you're basically ripping it from Daedalus and then like readapting it to whatever you need it for. So I'm going to be taking a few questions here.
Right. Just be waiting for the questions to roll in. Sure. When did the N64 emulator start
There we
using?
go.
Yeah, not sure if that's related to the current presentation, but
I'd say it's tangentially related. I think it started around 2008 to 2010, that kind of era. And at the time, or at least around 2010, 2012, there were even plans to move the main dynamic recompiler over to the media engine and do a lot of the other stuff on the main CPU instead, so they could have better overall organization. But that plan just fell through. So Daedalus have been using the media engine for quite a while now.
All right. And there was a related question a bit earlier, but there's a question from Jason here about how syncing is currently done between two processors. Could you give a just a rough overview about how that's handled?
So current. Okay, that I didn't time out. Okay, so currently, what's being done for synchronization is that basically the ME driver provided by Daedalus already has MEI, which is the media information engine information structure, which tells you whether or not the media engine has completed a certain task. So that's really the synchronization part that we have. And if not being synchronized, so currently in MCPSP, it's just going to yield to the main thread using the threading model, as I stated earlier.
All right. There's another question from Kraz, which is, well, what else could the media engine be used to run?
I mean, it's arbitrary. You can write anything for it if you really wanted to. Yeah, there are some limitations with the data access that you can do and stuff like that. But for the most part, what do you want to put on it is the question.
Right. Let's see. One from Paul Pollington. Why do you think the Turok on I'm sorry, I can't pronounce this. On the N64 emulator ran so fast using async audio?
It's async audio. Like I said before, it's more efficient usage of resources. The person to ask about Daedalus, if we're all going to be honest here.
Yeah, I'm sorry. People are just like, oh yes, should be here. But
well, I'll say whatever I can. Turok is a weird game because it uses very aggressive fog to reduce the draw distance. So I presume since there's so little going on screen a lot of the time, the fact that a lot of the processing is now being done on the media engine means the game just runs really well.
There's a question from pre-release Gelber, questioning if the ME is used for release games, but
no, it does not.
Not in the way that we're using it now.
The only thing that the previous thing was, it was used in the PlayStation 1 emulator, I think. That was the only usage of it. And I believe ME Booter, as Random just asked, is one of the PureX files that is referenced by the PS1 emulator.
Yeah. How many more questions are we on now?
I have a question myself. When are you going to do encryption with Spark, I guess, on Stardust?
On Stardust, encryption with Kirk.
Is there any encryption right now? I don't think so.
There's not a planned thing for that yet, no.
Two more? Is that all right? Yes, no, we'll just go with it.
Yeah, it sounds fine to me. Sorry, I was answering your question.
So, would any of you pick up previous emulator projects to implement the ME for better performance?
I would say that is something that we're gonna talk.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
I would say that's something that we're going to be talking about rather shortly.
All right. And then there's a question from Random. Could you explain what the ME booter is? You mentioned it in the presentation.
Yeah, I already answered his question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I miss that?
I just said at the end of talking about it, I just killed two questions with one stone, but I said Emmy Booter was likely referenced from the PS1 emulator.
Oh, right. Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah. From what I know, that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see.
One more, maybe.
Yeah, one more, I guess. Does anyone? Well, is there something known about how games like Gran Turismo achieve such great performance even without using in ways that we can?
I believe that Gran Turismo and other games like that will use graphical tricks in order to the same sort of look that you want. That's all I can really say about that because I don't personally play Gran Turismo.
All right.
It's going off topic, but Gran Turismo, I know in particular, uses a pixel offset trick. So it basically shifts pixels to remove jaggies without using anti-aliasing. So that's why it looks so clean at the very least, without having the performance impact of anti-aliasing. That's all I got though.
All right. Shall we move on?
Yep, I think so.
Sure.
Next presentation is Minecraft. Yes, take it away.
Okay, here we go. Let's have 1 second here to make sure that stream catches up. Looks to be so. Whose mic is that?
That's Master Men.
Okay. I didn't mute him, but
No, it's gone now, so it should be fine.
okay. So let's talk about Minecraft for the PSP, the story of ambition. So the origins. So basically what I wanted to do was a simple graphics mod for Wulio's Minecraft PSP version 2.0. I ended up working on some basic shaders there with waving grass, leaves, water, and more. This was really just a vertex shader, and it was pretty simple to implement, and ended up looking pretty good. I also ended up optimizing Wulio's version 2.0 and ended up saving 12 to 16 megabytes of RAM through some engine changes that allowed us to basically take away textures that weren't being used. It really wasn't meant to be much, but I wanted to do a few more things and just kept looking at the engine. So the new goal? Well, I understood how 3D Infinite World voxel games worked and generated chunks and terrain. I previously have worked on Minecraft 1 Week Challenge and was exposed to a lot of the data code. What I did there was that I did basically a full post-processing system for it, which was a pretty cool sort of addition to that game. And then I have a good understanding of 3D graphics in both OpenGL, and PSP uses basically the equivalent of OpenGL, like 1.3 or so. So I did that instead. So what could go wrong here? So let's go and see exactly what went wrong here. So let's look at this image. Do you guys see anything wrong? It's a little bit repetitive, but there's nothing really that wrong, right? No? You haven't seen it yet? Look closer. Yeah, 24,377 lines of code in one file, and there's like 20 files with this same amount of code in it. So let's look at some of the problems more specifically aside from that. So aside from that, everything was basically being pre-generated before before the world sort of loaded in, which isn't really very optimal, especially if you're trying to make infinite worlds and things like that. Chunks weren't really loading in real time. They would just build the mesh for said chunks, but that was a lot simpler of a process than really just completely making a brand new chunk in real time. Everything currently was really disorganized, especially considering that everyone just kept adding on to already long files of source code, which made it even worse. And there's still a lot of potential upside. So a good program really needed a good base, and that's what I really set out to do. So how did I become a bit more ambitious with my goals? So in addition to adding infinite terrain, I wanted a full survival mode implementation, cross-platform multiplayer, full Minecraft version 1.12.2, mods and API shaders, and a lot more that I still want to do. So what ended up happening? Version 0.3 development was pretty slow and took forever due to the fact that there's a lot of senses work and a lot of things that made it really hard to just consistently work on version 0.3. A lot of directional things there too. Version 0.4 was a lot that really fell into place within a month. Version 0.5 is basically within the next 10 to 12 weeks, and it's going to be a very huge update. So what's been added so far? Version 0.3 was a from the ground up rewrite of the entire project. It includes a full Minecraft 1.12.2 menu, give or take. Some things aren't 100% accurate, but do you really care that much? It's also created infinite super flat worlds with building capabilities. And version 0.4 continued to add this and added terrain and blocks. It added 300 plus placeable blocks with some custom models in there too. It also added fully fleshed biome cave and added structures, floor more to the world generation as well. Version 0.5 so far has added physics and game modes and is still scheduled to do a lot more. So version 0.5's current progress. I'm working on explicitly rewriting a lot of version 0.5 pre-2 code to optimize and fix the game. Version 0.5 has 12 scheduled pre-releases. After version 0.5 will be a pretty fast-paced development up until version 0.5 pre-6. Pre-6 is basically fleshing out the terrain, adding in stuff like more biomes, differentiation, and a lot more things like that, fixing some algorithms in there as well. And from there, version 0.5 is really focusing the majority of survival features. So let's look at a glimpse of what will really be added. The remainder of blocks, items, custom models, and a lot more. Basically, full creative mode, inventory, and a HUD. Basically, survival mode basics, crafting, smelting, advancements, and other subsystems like that. Lighting, mob spawning, animations, and AI, which is going to be kind of a high in 1.9 style. It's going to feature, well, obviously bows, but dual wielding and shields. But the sword mechanics are still similar to version 1.8. It also adds TNT. Then we're also going to add tool durability, chests, interaction blocks, fishing and loot tables, and a lot more into the game, alongside on-tick events such as block physics, crops, and we're also going to be doing stuff like tameable animals and horses and stuff like that, alongside growing like that. And there's likely going to be a lot more added because this obviously isn't a full list. So looking at the future between version 0.5 and version 1.0, redstone, enchanting, miscellaneous features, and other stuff like that will be added in version 0.6. Another and dimensioning support will be supported in version 0.7. Additional sort of structures, miscellaneous things, and more optimizations will be added in version 0.8. And version 0.9 will add potions, brewing, and preparations for basically the end. Version 1.0 aims to be version 1.12.2 equivalent, so it's going to have parity, and it's going to add the end, wither, end cities, and a lot more. After version 1.0, there will be some pre-releases and more updates, obviously. So glimpsing ahead into the far future, basically we're going to be looking at Minecraft 1.14 parity, which is version 1.1, 1.16 with 1.2. We're going to be aiming for multiplayer with both Java and potentially Bedrock, and also potentially ad hoc for version 1.3, alongside mods, API, and custom client stuff like shaders in version 1.4. And then past this, it's going to be a lot more of continued support updates. Let's take some questions now, because I just outlined the most ambitious plans ever.
Oh, well, people immediately start typing. So there shouldn't be any...
Immediately.
Ah, yes, right. From pre-release Gelber, this is not about Minecraft PSP only. It's also about GoldenEye and other games that are being worked on. Will they aim to be for Minecraft? Will it aim to be a direct port, or will it be like modified to better fit on the PSP? I guess.
I'm not even sure if a direct port would necessarily even be possible. It has to be modified.
Yes, but I mean more like, will it aim to incorporate, like, be as close to the original as possible in terms of features and stuff like that?
Yes.
And for GoldenEye, what was it? Mr. Iron?
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
Could you say something about that? Would that be aiming to be a direct port, sort of?
Honestly, yeah, more or less a direct port. As I mentioned, there are one or two extras like breakables, but it's trying to be authentic more than anything else.
All right.
Could this potentially be a better way to play the game in PPSSPP, considering it might be less intense than Java? I mean, I guess so, it would be.
That would actually be...
That's actually kind of crazy to think about, but that is a good point. From progress so far, aside from external factors, how difficult or easy is it to stick to the progress schedule? I pretty much stuck with the schedule aside from stuff like basically getting sick and stuff like that. I mean, you can't really control that, and that's an external factor, as you said. But otherwise, if like life was perfect, then yes, I could probably just stick to this schedule.
Right.
The schedule is, the schedule has been consistently pretty accurate. I know that we're probably a week or so behind the original one, but that doesn't quite mesh up anymore because version 0.5 is being basically re-looked at, basically.
All right, there's a question from Ultra Pixel P. What are some of the more intense hurdles you faced working on this?
Chunk generation. Obviously, that's the biggest issue, and that's actually what I'm still working on right now with some of the optimizations here and putting it onto the media engine, because the process in general is just very expensive on your PSP. Past that, I don't really have as much concerns with that because there isn't too many things that can be that laggy in the game. Considering TNT, yes, that's going to be one of the ones that it's a little bit more laggy. But aside from that, that's not really a problem, I guess. Most of the other features are a lot simpler to import/add, if that makes sense.
Yes. So, judging from how progress has been so far, how long would you say it takes to get to, like a basic playable state, like with survival mechanics?
I mean, that's literally what's going to be added, basically version 0.5 pre-5. So after pre-2 finishes up in this next coming week, version 0.5 pre-5 is only about 3 weeks out of that. So it's only going to be, it's not even going to be that far out. It's going to be within basically the next month that it's going to be ready.
All right. Just two quick ones. Do you work with a team?
No, it's
Right.
one person.
All right. Question from Fix. Any fears of the cease and desist from Microsoft?
Probably not, because basically most of the stuff that I'm doing does not distribute the actual source code. It doesn't distribute any of Minecraft's internal code, nor does it distribute, or if it does it as little as possible. Not to mention that Microsoft wouldn't have much interest in it, but if that were the case.
All right. Do you think you would be making a... I guess there's a question basically. Do you think you can open the PSP for newer developers, basically?
That's the entire idea of Stardust Engine.
Yes, exactly. So will there be, like, for example, like example code with the Minecraft project? for example, for like people who want to see something in action, look at pieces of example code from the Minecraft project.
I mean, if they wanted to look at that, they can go visit the GitHub, but I wouldn't really say that it would be using Minecraft PSP's code, especially in the context of Stardust Engine.
All right. So, okay, I think those are enough questions for now. I mean, looking at the time, I don't want to be the one.
Yeah. I'll take one last one, and that one was that can mods be ported without relative ease? No, they cannot, because Java is not the same as C++, obviously.
All right.
So the next presentation, I believe we're done here, are we?
Yes, so.
Okay, so the next presentation is Desmume, which is Iridescent and I. So give me 2 seconds, I'll pull up Desmume. Feel free to answer any other questions while I take 2 seconds to open this up, by the way. Okay, sorry about the delay here. My computer is 9 years old, or this laptop is 9 years old, so just taking a second because I didn't have this prepared as I should have.
Shame.
Yeah, that's completely on me.
Yeah, because I don't believe I have a copy of it. I think you're the one who has the copy of it because we worked online.
Yeah, so
It is
probably
a
my
homebrew
fault
mod.
again. Sorry, hold on. Okay, have it here. And I'm live. Oh, there we go.
Oh. Help. Help. There we go, it's finally loaded.
Jesus.
Okay.
Is that gonna still lagging to go full screen? Oh, we are in.
Yay.
It's not
Yes,
my
indeed.
laptop's day. Okay. So this is a presentation of Desmume PSP, which is a DS emulator for the PSP, and Iridescence and I will be presenting.
Indeed.
So take it away.
So currently, this is an overview. So Desmume is a PC emulator for the DS. It runs most of the games for the DS with some reasonable performance numbers, and the PSP does not currently have a fully optimized DS emulator. DS emulation on the PSP would definitely be a huge achievement, and the PSP has the hardware capability with roughly 7.5 times the power of the DS, excluding the GPU, by the way. Currently, there's a very unoptimized port of Desmume to the PSP. So that's sort of our starting platform.
Yep. In terms of Desmume's current state, it boots some DS games. Recently, we've been testing the Pokemons; they all work, and a few of the other games we tested, they all boot, to my knowledge. 3D rendering is disabled because at this point in development, it is a joke, but it does work. That's definitely coming down the line.
Yes.
It uses an interpreter, so it doesn't have a dynamic recompiler or a just-in-time compiler, or JIT. This might be a bit of an issue because obviously ARM to MIPS is not a very popular choice of platform conversion, but we have Exophase's blessing to use his ARM to MIPS JIT from GPSP. So hopefully we'll be able to implement that down the line. It's built on Desmume version 0.9.11, which is the latest stable build. And in its current state, Desmume has no hardware acceleration or use of the media engine. It's all on the main CPU, and I'm sure Iridescent would love to tell you about how badly optimized this is.
Okay, yes, definitely. So currently, it requires a lot of hardware acceleration. It's currently using SDL bindings, which are rather slow, which seem to be doing pixel by pixel operations, which is not useful. 3D graphics are done on the ARM9 chip itself rather than a dedicated GPU, and in the interpreter slash the JIT. Basically, we could potentially just extract this code and force it to run the PSP's GPU, which would greatly improve performance. And half of these jobs could actually just be exported to the media engine in order to do that. Currently, I've done a few little tests here with the GPU and stuff like that. I fixed a few issues, but currently the way that it's working is that it's literally writing pixel by pixel by pixel straight onto the onto an area of memory before basically rendering that, which is extremely inefficient and is most likely the reason why it's running so slow. I'd be able to wager about 75% of the slowdown is because the GPU is running on the CPU. The other sort of thing that we need to do is create a new cross compiler. We could possibly use GPSP's ARMS to MIP just-in-time compiler, even though that just-in-time compiler is made for ARM7. ARM9 is still fundamentally similar and is basically an extension of the architecture. So with a few little things, we could definitely just run directly there. We could also do it in a self-rolled fashion as well. We could just write our own, but it's very likely that we'll just use the GPSP's compiler. We could try to also do something with static compilation if you want to have the best performance, or dynamic recompilation if you're going to have it all in real time. The media engine currently doesn't really have a defined role, and it's really not quite sure what we could do, because it could do either of the CPU's jobs. And currently, just with a little bit more performance numbers, based on tests so far that I've done, it needs to be about 130 times faster in order to run at 60 FPS.
Yeah, I think that sounds about right. And as you said, so much of that comes from just the GPU. So the solution to this, as I proposed, this is the smartest idea I've ever had and ever will have, which says nothing. But the problem is that mapping the PSP CPUs, mapping the different DS CPUs to different PSP CPUs presents some issues. So the media engine has no SCE kernel functions. So for tasks like communication, the media engine can't do these kind of things itself. We would have to execute this on the main CPU. And the ARM7 chip does a lot of these kind of tasks on the original DS. So it'd be complicated to try and arrange that and work around that problem. Writing new drivers is virtually out of the question. So in terms of the main CPU and the media engine's overhead, the main CPU will constantly be under more pressure as the ARM9 chip is more demanding and doing more at any given time, while the media engine will have plenty of overhead. It's poor system balancing, and it's not a good way to emulate the system. So the solution is to have an indiscriminate job manager. Send jobs to whichever CPU has the most overhead. So if, for instance, the media engine has a particular amount of overhead and the main CPU has less overhead, the media engine will take precedence and it will take the operation because it just has more time, and it will avoid bottlenecks much better than assigning fixed CPU roles. If a job requires kernel functions, the job manager is overridden and the job is automatically performed on the main CPU. It allows performance to be as efficient as possible at any given time. So I don't think there's much else to say about that. It's important to keep performance at the absolute maximum level when we're doing something like DS on PSP. And this is just the best way to go about it in my eyes.
So looking ahead at our sort of future plans and the future releases, development is expected to begin in early to mid-summer. And we're going to be using a profile, which I've already kind of done, to see what takes up the most time, at least in CPU terms. And then we're going to try to optimize and hardware accelerate SDL to maybe our own custom library, maybe Stardust engine, it depends. Currently, we're pretty much going to be looking at putting some of the 2D stuff onto the GPU before creating a ME manager for a lot more performance. 3D support using just the hardware itself, and creating a dynamic recompiler. After this, we're going to be polishing the UI and other features, and potentially even doing VFPU optimizations before the full release.
Yeah. I think that's everything we have to say. So does anyone have any questions? I'm sure there are plenty, believe me.
Oh yes, already. From Random, how will you implement touch controls?
I think that's on you, Iridescent.
I think we were...
Are you okay?
No, I've just had 3 presentations in a row. So basically, using the analog stick.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this. I'll save your voice a bit. We were talking about this, and the analog stick is the only real way we're going to have a cursor. We're still not really sure about how we'll implement touching the screen as an actual, as a button press, if you will, because we might or might not have enough buttons. But we'll see what we can do to work around that.
All right, there's another question. Will it be possible to change the screen position and size during game emulation?
I'll answer this one. Just yeah, your voice needs to rest
don't
anyway.
think so.
I don't think so, but I think it's I think scaling is something that's not going to be very difficult to do. So maybe I don't want to rule it out.
It could be done. It's just not really practical. I mean, you could switch the top and bottom screens from left and right to be because currently it has to run side by side. So you could do the top screen on the left and the bottom screen on the right is usually what I see. But I guess you could flip that. There's no real performance penalty to it.
Yeah.
We're going to be rendering to a texture and then putting that texture on the surface anyways. So
It's being scaled either way, you know what I mean?
yeah, it's going to be scaled the other way. It's like literally, where do you put the sprite? On the left or the right?
Exactly, yeah.
All right, there's another question. Isn't the GBA ARM processor different than the DS's? How easy would it be to adapt the GPSP's JIT for the NDS?
So this is the thing. The DS's ARM7 processor, its secondary processor, is exactly the same as the GBA's, effectively, at a different clock speed. So we can use that basically copy and pasting the GPSP recompiler code. And that's for the ARM. There are very few differences between ARM7 and ARM9 when it comes to emulation. So we can just have a few little tweaks and fixes for the DynaRec. I think it's things like the CPU cache is slightly different. But it's actually not very much work in terms of modifying the DynaRec to be ARM9 instead of ARM7.
Especially considering ARM is just an architecture, and the likeliness that it's going to change from one version to the other isn't really going to be that high either. You can't just completely fundamentally rechange the entire ARM architecture.
It's still ARM, exactly, yeah.
We've got a question from Fix. Is this limited to the NDS, or will this support NDSi enhanced games?
I think we were talking about this earlier. It's certainly possible. We will just have to see how much overhead allows for it, because the DSi's CPU is twice the clock speed of the main one. So it's a substantially bigger challenge in a sense. But depending on how things go. Yeah, exactly. I also doubt that DSi enhanced games take full advantage of this 133 megahertz CPU. I really doubt that. So
Definitely.
You know, I think it's probably within reason if we play our cards just right.
Well, yeah, there's another.
Oh, there's questions. List of game with playable FPS. None are at playable FPS levels, but all of them you can play. So you can play every game. It's just not playable in terms of FPS.
Yeah, pretty
Right.
much.
And many will have like
especially 3D, especially 3D
doesn't
games. You
work.
don't have any 3D support.
So like
They
it's
boot.
playable, but you can't actually play because like you don't see anything or something that actually makes sense. At least.
A lot of people are asking if like every single sort of emulator that's ever existed on the PSP could take advantage of the media engine. Yes, every single one could take advantage of the media engine. It's a question of, are there people that are going to do it?
Yeah, pretty much. It's a matter of the developer implementing it. There was an interesting question up here about using a second display. Let me read it out here. Can the second screen be potentially uploaded to an external monitor through TV out, or is TV out just a mirror? So
I believe
well,
TV out's a mirror.
I think it is a mirror, but it's an interesting question because with TV out, we're suddenly displaying at 640 by 480, 720 by 480. So we suddenly have enough resolution to be able to have, well, not no scale. I suppose we could do no scaling if you really wanted to, but we now don't have to cut off any of the screen or scale it down. Instead, we're just scaling outwards. So it would be a little bit beneficial to use TV output, but I don't think many people are really going to care.
Yeah, because like the selling point of
Yeah.
the PSP is that it's portable.
Exactly. Like, there's
There are
no
better
reason.
devices to emulate a DS on when you're at home. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, if you want to make the argument to go, yes, there's also a good system to emulate the DS on. It's called the 3DS, but it doesn't have any of the NES or stuff. I don't think it does, at least.
Yeah, or like your smartphone.
Yeah,
But that's no
drastic.
fun.
Well,
Yeah.
actually, if you're an Android user, yeah, your only choice is drastic because the other ones just don't run half of the games.
Yeah, and the ones on iOS aren't much better actually. Mostly just getting them on there is.
Oh, probably.
I mean, I remember when I had an Android about 3 years ago, and I was trying to get into Ace Attorney. They're very simple games, by no means pushing the DS. They're GBA ports straight up. And I still had to enable frame skip. And this is the 2017 Android phone. The state of
Yeah.
DS, emulation is just appalling in some places. Anyway, what
It's
other
true.
questions?
I mean, actually, it's getting a bit off
We
topic.
should stay on topic, I guess.
People keep asking about the stylus. We are going to emulate the stylus using the what's it called? The analog stick. You can use that as like a cursor, basically, to show where the stylus is. That's like what people are trying to explain. Now
Sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say that some games that are just stylus only might not be very fun to play with it, definitely. But like games that were meant with both in mind are probably a lot better. So like Pokemon, for example, is like one that works well with or without a stylus.
Yeah, Professor Layton probably wouldn't work very well without a proper stylus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the stylus probably to tap or hold, I guess, would be with some sort of key combination, I'm assuming at this point.
Well, if you ask me, I think Select was rarely, if ever, used on the DS, so that would be a good.
That would be a good one.
Yeah.
We could also just have people be able to bind their own things too.
Yeah. On the off chance the DS game actually uses Select, you could just rebind, yeah. There's an interesting question here from Fix, just before we get too dragged off.
Sure.
Some games use the hibernation function in order to progress the game, such as Zelda games. Any idea how that will be dealt with in the emulator?
However, Desmume handles it. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, we are just porting Desmume at the end of the day.
Yeah, at the end of the day, everything... if it's defined and you know how to do it on Desmume, you can do it here.
Oh, okay, I see. So if you're meant to close your DS to press the maps together in this Zelda example. Interesting. I hadn't thought about that at all. It isn't dealt with. Well, I suppose if we actually get to the point where we're able to evolve on top of Desmume, we could set up a keybind maybe for certain actions like closing the DS.
Yeah. or have a key combination. That also works.
Again, that's the distant future, and it's a low priority, but it's possible.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
It's possible.
Fold the PSP in half. Genius.
Here's a quick question.
Yeah.
Would it be possible to assign like certain movements on the touchscreen to certain buttons?
Probably. I mean, that's
I
something
mean,
I
at this
hadn't
point,
thought about.
how much of a it just depends like how we want to do keybinds. At this point,
Yeah.
it's going to be all of these are going to be combinations at this point because your X, Y, A, B is going to be the right side. D-pad is going to be the left side. Left trigger is left trigger. Right trigger is right trigger. That's kind of a given at this point.
Because like the idea that I would have had is like, for example, you could assign so that moving the thumbstick upwards would cause a sort of like upward sliding input on the touchscreen and such. Something like that.
I mean, it just comes down to what you want, bounds to whatever combinations you want, I think we should probably leave questions there for the sake of time because it's already 11:23 for me. So who's next on the presentation list?
Hopefully not me.
Oh, it's me, so it's Black. And I have this one ready. Ha! Here we go. I should really close some of these once I'm done.
I'm going to get water, but I'll switch stream
I
first.
think you need water, of all people. Okay, Black is just loading up now. I'll answer some questions while it does. And yes, games keys are not used in full. Yeah, so you can just assign keybinds. Do you think PSP is or will be a good platform to make first game and then port to? Yeah, I mean, again, that's Stardust for you, which I'm about to talk about. Good question. Okay. So this presentation is about Black, which is a modern PSP demo I intend to build under the new Stardust engine. So a bit of context, because I'm sure not everyone is really aware of this game. So Black was released for the PlayStation 2 and Xbox in 2006, which is quite a late generation title for both of those systems. I know the PS2 received games a lot later than that, but this was really at the end of their flagship life. And this was one of the most advanced games released across both systems, I'd say. And on that note, it was just not possible as a commercial PSP game. I know a lot of games and developers stressed to make watered down versions of their games for PSP. I know for a fact one of the Battlefront 2 developers said it was a miracle they got Battlefront ported at all to the PSP. And games like Black probably just would have pushed the envelope a bit too much. There's an emphasis on high quality sound, visuals, and destruction throughout the game. It takes the approach of an action movie rather than some of the scripted, quote unquote cinematic sequences we see in many other shooters. In fact, it even samples some sound effects from action movies like Die Hard for some of the gun sounds. So, why choose Black? I think part of this is to achieve something the PSP could never officially achieve with one of the most complicated multi-platform titles of the era. This is one of those games that just went a bit beyond what the PSP could have done, and I think this was always going to be out of the question when thinking about potential platforms. And secondly, it's just enjoyable. Black, let's be clear, Black is not a particularly interesting game in terms of narrative. It's not even particularly well designed in some ways, but Black makes it enjoyable to even fire your weapon at a wall. That was the objective of the developers, and I think they really did achieve this. It's a walking tech demo, and it's just about enjoying every single weapon you come across. And I think that's the kind of game that translates very well to a demo. So what are the problems with Black for PSP? From a commercial developer's point of view, we have limited memory. The PS2 has 4 megabytes of VRAM and 32 megabytes of main RAM. The PSP has half of that VRAM, and while it has the same amount of overall memory, the system reserves 8 megabytes of this, so we just have 3/4 of that in main memory. In terms of pixel fill rate, this is a slightly more convoluted issue. because the PSP is obviously operating at a lower resolution than both the PS2 and the Xbox. So, for that reason, the amount of pixels is not as big of an issue. But it's important to remember that there is a huge deficit in terms of fill rate here. The PSP can push around 664 million pixels per second, and the PS2 gets almost 4 times that. Even at a lower resolution, that's a really significant downgrade, and it's going to make a lot of effects difficult to achieve in a game that makes such heavy use of so many different effects. In terms of the CPU, the PS2 has a 299 MHz MIPS or 5900 CPU and 247 MHz vector units. The PSP is clocked slightly higher, but uses an older version of the MIPS architecture and also has just one vector unit. The last problem is sound. For a game that prides itself on sound, this is very important. The PS2 supports digital optical audio and 5.1 surround sound with Dolby Pro Logic 2. On PSP, we're heavily limited by the speakers that are given to us. Furthermore, the digital analog converter limits the possible quality we can get even through stereo headphone output. So what's changed? The PSP has huge boosts when kernel mode is escaped for homebrew programs. First of all, we have a memory increase. We can reclaim RAM from the system for a full 32 megabytes even on the PSP 1000. And on later models with all 64 megabytes. In terms of software effects, we can use software effects on the media engine to offset the PSP's fill rate and GPU deficiencies. On that note, the media engine is a huge benefit to the game all around. The media engine can do effects, and it can also take some tasks to reduce the main CPU load and improve system balancing. Sorry, one second. One second. Very sorry about that. Where was I? Sorry. So, in short, we have more CPU time and more memory to deal with. So, what problems remain? Sorry. Really sorry about that. So, what problems remain? Sound. The PSP speakers are just inherently weak, and the DAC bottlenecks sound quality even further. This can be offset by smart, hardware-specific equalization. We can discriminate based on whether the user is using speakers or headphones for optimal sound playback. In terms of controls, the PSP lacks a right stick and L2 and R2 buttons. This can be mitigated with a custom control scheme, and I'm not really going to talk about it much here, but there were some difficult choices that had to be weighed up in terms of approaching this for the PSP. For example, some of these are really quite awkward. D-pad right for grenade is not convenient, to say the least, but the reality is when porting a complicated game to the platform, you have to make some compromises. So let's talk graphics for a little bit. What does Black do? Well, I'm going to start with a simple destruction demo here in the top left corner. There we go. So that's just a simple GIF, basically, of some of the destruction the Black sets, even from the first level. So a lot of this is obviously scripted and pre-calculated, but it looks very impressive, particularly for the hardware, and it sets a real benchmark for what the game sets out to achieve. It's something that was rarely seen on the platforms at the time, and even today, a lot of games will not opt for this same destruction-based approach. The game also uses a little depth of field effect during reload that it was famous for at the time, or infamous because a lot of people actually didn't like it. But when we're dealing with a game that's so heavy on effects, we have to bear everything into account. The game is very heavy use of particles, without a doubt. There's lots of fire, smoke, gunshot, muzzle flashes. There is so much to contend with, and we only have so much fill rate. In terms of post-processing, when the player is on low health, a black and white filter is induced, and a heartbeat sound plays over the main action. Again, it's not a huge deal, but it's worth bearing in mind when our resources are so strained. Black also has physically based weapons. By walking up to glass, you can shatter it without firing a single shot. This, again, is something that even modern games do not do very often. And it's probably not too difficult to implement. But again, it's important to bear everything in mind, and every single physics calculation adds up on a CPU like the PSP's. As I've mentioned, as I've laboured the point surely by now, Black has a huge reliance on stage destruction. So, in terms of numbers, weapons tend to use 256 by 512 textures, and they've roughly the same amount of polygons as a car in the Burnout games. So it's perfectly achievable on the PSP, particularly if we scale down the textures even a little bit. So let's talk about sound. So Black was famous for its award-winning sound design and its soundtrack. PSP can do hardware effects. For example, if you play audio in the PSP's XMB music player, you can add equalization in real time, courtesy of the Virtual Mobile Engine. But is that enough? On the PS2, a custom software-driven EQ solution was devised to retain quality. In other words, the main CPU was used to bring out more of the high-end frequencies that would have been lost in compression. So Black took its sound very seriously and took some extreme measures to regain lost sound from the hardware. So how do we create this punchy sound on the PSP? The solution is to create headphone and speaker profiles. On headphones, we really don't need to do very much work because, that is the best possible sound setup. The speakers, without needing to explain anymore, lack bass. So I talked to an audio engineer about this and we came up with the RIAA curve. This was a technique used in the 1950s when pressing vinyl records when they lacked low-end frequencies. So the solution is basically to overcompensate and boost the low-end frequencies to the point of distortion in hopes of regaining some of that low end. And it certainly worked. And in theory, this should work fine on the PSP. But no commercial games do this to my knowledge, so we'll be the first to find out. So, what's the plan? The plan is to use Stardust to create a proof of concept. I've talked to Iridescent about this already, and he'd be happy to help me out here. And I'll rip some assets from the original game for an initial test scene. I'm skeptical about doing this too much because ripping from the game files is going to be tricky, and third-party tools in-game will work, but with a lot of difficulty. From there, it might just be better to use higher quality optimized assets from other sources. And music should be all original. I'm thinking of composing my own soundtrack for the game, and I already had a track planned, but for some reason the audio is not coming through on Discord, so I can't play any of it for you. Sorry. But even if this becomes a full game, I intend to create a full soundtrack to support that. So the goal is to create one complete level. That's all for now. Because I've seen a lot of PSP projects fall away due to overambition. And this, as it stands, is a very ambitious project. So I want to set the sights quite realistically. I will create one complete level, and from there I will gauge interest and support after that. If developers are willing to support the game and make this into a full project, I am more than happy to do that. In fact, I think that would be a great demonstration of what the PSP could do. But in the interest of being pragmatic, I'm going to leave it as one proof of concept demo level. But what's exciting about this is that this goes above and beyond what commercial PSP games could hope to achieve. So even this one level should hopefully get people very, very excited. At least that's the plan. So I was planning to share a bit of audio with you, but as I said, it's just not coming through. So that is the end of the presentation. Do you have any questions? Sorry again for the technical difficulties I faced. Let me see. Want me to compose some songs for you? No, I will be doing all of the composition myself. Don't you worry. Let me see. Sorry, my phone is freezing up now. Can anyone call out any questions there?
There's a question from Phantom Horror. What is the plot of the game, if any?
What is the... Sorry?
The plot of the game.
So, in the original game, there was indeed a plot, and it was about recapping... It was recapping or recounting the story of some war-torn soldier, but really, for this demo in particular, it doesn't matter. It was really only there to fill in the blanks in the original game, and that'll probably be the case here.
Fix asks, as usual, what is the expected performance on a 1000 model as compared to 2000 or 3000?
So, I'll be aiming to run this game at 30 frames per second across all models. I think that's a realistic target because the real limit here is the GPU. The CPU on all models should have no real issue, and even memory should hopefully not be an issue at this point. But I think it should run the same across both 1000 and every other model.
Here's another question from Amaran Anastir. How do you intend to handle the lack of a second stick in terms of looking and moving?
So I know I skimmed over the controls a bit, but I was planning on having the user be able to change between having the stick to move or the stick to look. Depending on what the user has set, for the analog stick, the face buttons will do the opposite. So, for instance, if I set the stick to move, then the face buttons will look and vice versa.
There's a question from Claude. Are you going to cut out some of the destruction of the original game in favor of performance?
I plan to omit none of the destruction in the original game. I plan to demonstrate as much of it as I possibly can in the interest in providing a cool demonstration for the engine, if nothing else, because I know the PSP can do some of it, for sure. Let's see, I'll check some questions for myself now. So, do you think we could achieve some PS2 level stuff on the PSP with this much work going into the console? Yes, no, absolutely. My goal is to, at the very least, reach parity with the PS2 version of the game. I think that's more than achievable even in the face of the challenges we face. I think maybe some clever optimization or some clever shortcuts might be involved, but I think we should have no issues at least having a very comparable experience to the PS2. It's Wars in the 21st Century, Phantom Horror. Question, why black? So, this question's from Fix. Why black? So, I answered this at the beginning of the presentation briefly because this was a game that, for so many reasons, the PSP could not do within commercial restrictions. I also just enjoy the game. So, I think that for so many different reasons, it was a walking tech demo even on the PS2 and Xbox. So, I think this is a great candidate to use as a PSP demo. How good do you think? I'll take this as the last question. How good do you think official PSP games would look if the commercial game developers had this kind of technology? Honestly, I'd say something. The thing is, it's still bottlenecked by the GPU at the end of the day. So, really, I think it would be a bit closer to full fat PS2 and Wii games, but it wouldn't be a jump as big as you might think. Anything else? I think I'll leave it there. Okay. So the next presentation is Aino. Okay. You ready? Aino, are you ready? Yep, he seems to be ready. Cool.
I have arrived in time.
Hello everyone, I am very happy to present you a pretty broad topic, which I think that it is saying it well, general optimization graphics primer. It should be more like an introduction, so in this session we will just see some critical or important point, or vectors of optimization in the 3D graphics domain,
Sound meant to be coming through.
and possible implementation that can be used on the PSP, or just more general.
I think it's meant to be.
Yeah,
Excusing the sound quality, excusing the lack of sound.
Yeah, there's no sound coming through.
If you stream it in full screen mode, it's not going to have sound that plays. So just stream your window.
Hello everyone, I am very happy to present you a pretty broad topic, which I think that it is saying it well, general optimization graphics primer. It should be more like an introduction, so in this session we will just see some critical or important point, or vectors of optimization in the 3D graphics domain.
Uh-huh. What is happening?
Oh, I see. Iron, Mr. Iron has to go. Did he already leave? No, not yet.
When you go to do a screen share, so close your current screen share, you're gonna, when you go on the go live button, instead of sharing your screen, share specifically just the PowerPoint presentation.
Right, so I can go first, but keep in mind that presentation is
Is
Okay then.
okay. So proceeding. So this is the presentation on Splunky PSP. As I said, it's pretty long, it's pre-recorded, and I'm actually glad that it is because I'm fucking tired. Yeah, I'll just turn it on. Share the screen. Tell me when you see it.
yeah, we're currently seeing it.
Right, so I'm starting.
Sound is also working.
My name is Daniel, and I'm the developer of Splunky PSP, which is a remake of a game called Splunky Classic for PlayStation Portable. The original Splunky Classic is made in GameMaker, which is a proprietary tool for creating games. The license, under which Derek Yu, the game's author, released its sources, states explicitly that they can be reused freely alongside with other assets, as long as this is not for one's profit. So this is fantastic, but in the same time very limiting, as an eager programmer can't just take the sources and build the game for some retro console as long as GameMaker does not decide to support it, which is very unlikely to happen. However, there are still people who create and maintain free-of-charge homebrew toolchains, for example, DevKit Pro organization in case of Nintendo DS. This makes it possible to reuse original assets, take original sources as a point of reference, and recreate the whole game in C++ and some platform-specific rendering API. This is not my first Splunky project, as I started with Splunky NDS. Unfortunately, Nintendo DS rendering utilizes some very hardware-specific code, for example, writing to some specific address via DMA to make sprites updated. So as I can't reuse the code, it still makes a very exciting possibility because, you see, PSP supports very basic, very primitive subset of a commonly adopted rendering API called OpenGL. So when I rewrite the renderer of Splunky NDS utilizing OpenGL ES 1.0, the game could be run pretty much everywhere, not only PSP, but PS Vita, Nintendo Switch, ordinary PCs, Macs, not even mentioning Android and iOS. This is fantastic. So this could be run everywhere, just like Doom is used to be ported to some ATMs, smartwatches, calculators, printers, digital cameras, and so on. It could be run everywhere where some basic support for OpenGL is settled. This video documents the process from scratch to the point when I get to the tile renderer, when I get to a functioning multi-platform tile renderer, as this is still work in progress. That being said, I invite you to the rest of the video. So the first thing that I started working on was setting up the build system. I started wondering which targets do I need. I certainly needed a game target, which would be an executable containing the main function, the game logics, and the game loop. What I also needed was all the boilerplate that is required to start up an application with a window and OpenGL context on a certain platform. I wasn't sure what libraries will I encounter on different platforms. I imagine that there may be no implementation of SDL on some platform, but there may be some, let's say, GLFW fork instead. So I decided to make an abstraction layer over this in form of a target called video, which would be a statically linked library. In case of Linux, I choose dynamically linked SDL for providing graphical context,
I picked SDL on PSP Tool as I discovered that PSP Toolchain provides SDL 1.25 amongst shipped libraries. Difference is, I would link it statically because of platform-specific constraints. I wrote an interface that would expose functionalities I wanted, but hiding the fact that SDL works underneath. I also knew that while I would obtain graphical context via my video target, which now encapsulates SDL, I will still have to possess a single point of OpenGL function declarations. I could not use system headers for OpenGL function declarations because they would differ between the platforms. I would need to have them within my own codebase. There is a solution for this. I choose OpenGL in a pretty ancient version, which is OpenGL 1.3 for desktops and OpenGL ES 1.0 for the PSP. ES stands for the embedded systems. I know that they are compatible as the OpenGL standard guarantees it, so the only thing left was to provide the headers. Those headers could be generated with a tool called GLAD. Now having definitions of OpenGL functions for both platforms provided by GLAD and the OpenGL context provided by the SDL, I could build the game and actually render something. Let it be a single color using GLClear color and GLClear functions. Let it be simple blinking, but I would know it would be guaranteed that it would work on both platforms and without effort could be adapted to many more platforms in the future. As there was not enough of abstraction asserting multi-platform development, I also created one target specifically for handling input. As I later discovered, SDL implementation on PSP does not have working input polling. I could not get any event on PSP whichever button I would press or release. So I knew that I would write platform-specific code on PSP for input polling. On Linux, I would use SDL's events as there was no such problem with its SDL implementation. Having this full view of the project, I would need a build system that would support conditional includes of files into targets. In one case, it would define GLAD target from headers with OpenGL ES 1.0 declarations and OpenGL 1.3 in other. Support conditional linking of targets. In one case, it would be linking to some PSP-specific library for polling input, but not in the other. I would also need it to be high-level. I don't want to write a makefile for every platform. I don't care about the details. I just want those targets to be built and then linked. I also want dependencies within the project to be managed on my behalf. I want the build system to decide which target to build first and how to link in correct order. And lastly, I need a build system that would easily allow me to cross-compile from one platform to another. As in this example, I would cross-compile from Linux to PSP, from x86 to MIPS 32. So I choose CMake. Here it is, the root CMake file. As you see, it defines the executable, Spelunky PSP, with as a single point of source main CPP. It also links to the libraries called video and dependencies. Video I find here in this subdirectory, which is added here, and dependencies is added by calling this macro of mine, which depends on the platform that you are currently building to. So on Linux, it will look like adding dependencies target, which will carry those link definitions, like there's -L SDL flag, -L GLAD, -L GL, -L X11, and -L dynamic linker. Speaking of SDL, I should have probably linked to it, calling find package and then linking to a target that was created, but I'll fix that later. Also, there is this target compile definitions call. This dependencies target will also carry this Spelunky PSP platform Linux definition, and every target that links to this dependencies target, for example, Spelunky PSP executable, will have access to this macro definition in its source files, so it is handy in conditional branching depending on platform inside sources. For the PSP, pretty much the same, but the difference is that I'm linking a lot of platform-specific libraries of the PSP. Probably this one and many more is not used anyway, because I'm currently not using any audio capacity of this device. And also, what I define is this macro, this CMake macro. It does the extra job that is needed to create artifact for PSP, as PSP will not accept an ordinary executable. It accepts PBP files, which are just executables bundled with icons and backgrounds that are then rendered in case of being in a PSP game menu. How does the CMake know what current platform is? This depends on the toolchain, which, by the way, I owe to Wooly from the Dolls project. It sets those common tools to point to the toolchain directory, the PSP toolchain directory. So we have this C compiler, this C++ compiler, this linker, this archiver, this stripping tool, and so on and so on. But in the end, it also defines this Spelunky PSP platform. This is my addition, actually. So this current platform just checks if this is defined. If not, we are on Linux and done. This will be more complicated when supporting more platforms, but it is not the case today. Let's go to the code. As CMakes are currently covered, in main CPP, only thing I do is just clearing color using trigonometry. It will change during as the time flows. I create this video singleton, dispose it in the end, and in between I initialize GL context and run this callback in a loop. How do I initialize GL context and create window? Via SDL, of course, on both platforms. I call SDL init, create window with OpenGL support, and then having this window, I call glad, so it would actually load pointers to OpenGL functions in runtime. I do the same on PSP. Also, there's some boilerplate like getting window width, turning down GL, swapping buffers. I wanted some interface that would provide abstraction in case that in future there would be some other platform that would not have SDL support. Like, for example, I could compile it to PS Vita in future, whatever. As you see, it actually uses some PSP specific header inside. How do I actually link a proper GLAD and conditionally branch those files? So if the PSP platform is Linux, then it's GLAD OpenGL 1.3 and Linux. If not, it's OpenGL ES 1.0 and PSP. So it visits different folders, defining different targets. Actually, in both cases, it defines video target, but the content is different. There's this GLAD. You can see those CMakes. How do I actually obtain those GLAD headers? Like, how do I get this glad.h, as you see, with those OpenGL function definitions? Like, let's see, GL clear color. You can see there's it looks like a mess, but that's because it's automatically generated. How do I obtain those headers? Let's visit GLAD generator. What I need is to specify that I want GL 1.3, and even GLAD knows that it will be compatible with GL ES 1.0. Then I click generate and I get an archive with source file and a header. That being said, let's run this. You see, it changes color in time. It's not entirely magnificent until you realize that from the same code I will not now cross-compile to the PSP using a set of scripts that I created. Those are not actually needed, as those are 3 or 4 lines. Like, they are calling CMake only, but I wanted them so anyone would clone the repository and straight away could configure and build a project. So now let's call the other script, which is build PSP, which is actually this script. And now we have the final artifact. So let's get to the build PSP and then call an emulator, which is PPSP. So we have blinking, but in a proud cross-compiled multi-platform way. Actually, those will not blink in the same speed because I am not limiting frame rate. It's easy thing, I will do this later. But thing is, I'm using the same code. But it doesn't only work on an emulator. Let's connect the PSP. Running USB mode. Now building the project. And let's copy it. Just like this. Now let's run it. And it's working. The next thing I started working on was the resource compiler. The game contains a variety of assets, like fonts, like sprites, like music, like sounds, and there must be a way to deliver them within or alongside the executable. File systems operations are a very obvious choice, and here is why I didn't pick them. You may say that, well, file system operation exists in the standard of C++, at least partially from C++ 14, and they do, they are reliable, but as long as you are on a Mac, on a Windows or on Linux, when you try to use them on Android, for example, from within Android activity, within native code, they will not work. I tried once on a different project, loading some assets from the APK, and I had to resort to SDL function to just give me the pointer to the asset and I would load it. Same goes for iOS, for example, because file system operations don't allow you to access files of other applications, for example, so you are only allowed to save files inside your sandbox. And the sandbox is not really intended for saving assets. So what is the other way? The other way is compiling resources inside the executable, so you'd have a single file delivered. This has a serious drawback, right? Because your binary will be bloated, it will be huge. All the assets and executables are loaded into the memory once they are executed. So you actually take a portion of memory that you may need to use some later way. But Spelunky is a little game, it has a little of assets, so this is not really a problem. And to give you some numbers, all the assets from Spelunky, all mentioned, like music, like sounds, like sprites, like fonts, they all uncompressed weigh around 20 megabytes, and PSP has 32 megabytes at least. I said at least because they upgraded the number in their later models. And that's why I picked a resource compiler. Well, the idea is to write a resource compiler executable, which is around 100 lines. It's not big. Most of this is file system operations and parsing file. So what it does is it loads file that which file name is passed as an argument, loads it, and then for every byte of this file, it encodes this as a char array element. How does it work practically? Well, let's create a text file. Let's create something like this is a text file. Let's save it. Contents are like this. And what's the way of accessing this this text file after compilation? Firstly, this resource compiler must be called on this test.txt. Then output file name must be passed, txt hpp. So we have now a header file. Let's see it. It looks like this. Every byte of this text file was compiled as a char array element. Presumably this was ASCII or UTF-8 encoding, so every byte or every character was encoded as a number, and now this header file can be included in your code. Let's do a simple test. Like, let's change this file to be a CPP file, like this. Test.txt CPP. Now let's edit this. Let's include the IO stream. And let's add a main function. And for every byte, let's print it. So now let's compile this. And now let's add executable bytes and call it printed. This is a text file. If you see this, if you check this test as a binary and print any strings that it would contain and grep by text file, this is a text file, so it actually is inside the binary. So I'll check out current master branch to show you how I utilize this resource compiler when loading textures. So let's just do let's regenerate the CMake project, and the texture loading, which I added later, it looks like this. I have this PNG file that I compiled into the header, and I included in a namespace level tiles image. So this header declares data, char array calls data, so to not conflict it with other files that I can possibly include, I include it within a namespace and then access this data when uploading to the GPU. Like this, level tiles image data and size of level tiles image data, which returns size of this array. And that's it. This is how simple it is compiling resources within the binary. As I further advanced, I wanted to have a cross-platform logging vendor in case of errors and simply to track program execution. My aim to have the same message logged into the terminal window on desktop and in case of PSP also being logged when run via an emulator. Log, which I otherwise very much recommend, but this time I failed at cross-compiling it to the PSP because of missing mutex implementation in provided standard library. SPDlog does not provide an option to disable multi-threading features, sadly. As you see, there are missing symbols. Mutex in namespace std does not name a type. Recursive mutex in namespace std does not name a type, and so on. So I started looking up for other simple loggers if std implementation is so strict on this platform. I thought that I could use some C library, and this is how I got to the log.c, which, as it describes, is a simple logging library implemented in C99 standard. So as I incorporated this logging library in my vendor logger subdirectory and linked it to the main executable and then called it from my main function, it simply worked. I was curious whether this will work simply out of the box when I run the application from the PSP emulator. So I called scripts config PSP, scripts build PSP, and then I added scripts run PSP, which was missing before. And as you see, there is still a log call. It is somehow different, but still the main content, which is logging level, time, and this file and line, and the final content is there. What is done in this script, however, is grabbing by Splunky. I had to add this special label, so to filter logs that are coming from the emulator and are not related to the game. And this is how I added logging vendor. After the initial rendering framework has been set up, it was the time to write a tile render. And I have taken two assumptions. Firstly, I want all the tiles to be packed into a single entity, into a single texture using a texture packer. This is to save OpenGL texture binding costs, so this is a optimization technique. And secondly, this artifact of packing this texture and metadata, I want them to be serializable in runtime. So I presume they would be in some easily parsable, serializable format, like for example JSON. And looking for such program, I found one. It's called Atlas C, and I liked it from the start. That's because it exposes an interface in command line. I don't need any shiny interface with previews or manual corrections. Packing some uniform 16x16 tiles is what I need. So this is great. It's also in C and has no external dependencies. So let's see the Atlas C. Here is Atlas's C GitHub repository. It takes a list of image files on input that will be outputted in the resulting tile sheet. It also takes the outputted tile sheet file name. There's also a number of optional arguments, like for example maximum width and height. This will be useful as PSP's GPU will accept images no bigger than 512 by 512. Same goes for the power of 2 option. It will be needed because some legacy GPUs PSP's GPU included, will accept only images of dimensions being power of 2. There is also this option to specify border and padding. This can be used to either pack the tiles tightly or with some space in between. There is this mesh option, and I will come back to this in a moment. In this directory, I have prepared a list of tiles that are needed to render a cave level in Spelunky. So let's call Atlas C and make a sprite sheet out of this. So let's specify a wildcard to use all the PNG files in this directory as an input. And let's also specify border and padding to be 0 because I want them to be tightly packed. I want the maximum width to be this and maximum height to be the same. I also want a mesh to be outputted, and I have to pass the output file name. Let it be tiles. So here is the outputted tile sheet, and as you see, tiles are packed tightly and the constraint on the dimension is respected. It's 512 by 32. So let's inspect this tiles JSON file. Let's print it. Let's format it. So in the root of the document, we have this fields describing the tiles.png file. Its name, its width, and its height. What is also specified is this sprites array. In sprites array, there is an entry for each of those tiles. So for example, starting from this tile, from 0.png, which is here, we have its size and the mesh. The mesh specifies positions and UVs. What's the difference between the positions array and the UVs array? The UVs contain the exact portion of the sprite sheet containing this specific tile, this 0.png in this example, and those positions specify XY, specify proportions of the image, the frame on which the texture will be stick to. And this goes on for each of those tiles. So I compiled the resulting JSON and the image using my resource compiler. So in the project called level renderer, I have this include generated subdirectory where I place the JSON and the PNG files. The JSON is pretty big and Silion hardly handles this, so I'll not dare to open the PNG file as it is binary data in text encoding as... Well, believe me that Silion will not like this. So once I had those JSON and PNG files in the binary, I needed a way to actually parse the information that is contained inside. So I went for a search for C++ library that would parse the JSON file. I found this library called nlohman/JSON. I tried this, I failed at cross-compiling this. I tried the art of cpp/JSON. I again failed at compiling this. The same thing that stopped me from using SPD log, missing some parts of the standard library, stopped me again from using C++ library. It wasn't mutex, but some other part. I'm not going into the details. So my backup plan was, just like in case of the logger, to use some C library. And that's how I found this C JSON. As you see, it is of MIT license, so I could incorporate this library into my code base under vendor C JSON. So once I did this, I linked it to the level render project, and at this point I could use it freely to parse the JSON file. But before we visit texture parsing code, let's have a quick tour over Spelunky levels. This is main menu level. As you see, everything except for some details like the game's logo or the credits title below is made of tiles. How would you store this level in code? Well, you could assign the number to each unique tile type, resulting in a kind of two-dimensional array. And this is exactly how this level is stored in the code. A simple two-dimensional array of integers storing values in range of map tile enumerator type. With a little of imagination, one can see map features even when looking at this array. To make image parsing easier, names of each tile images are numbers corresponding to the value from the enumerator. In example, this arrow trap image is 11.png and it corresponds to enumerator value arrow trap left, which when in turn casted to an integer is 11. But going back to the parsing code. In level render class, I declare load textures function, in which I parse the document from a pointer to resource compiled JSON file. A few lines later, I parse value of tile sheet name and its dimensions, which correspond to these three fields in the root of the document. Later, I do parsing of each individual tile from the sprites array. As you see, I compare value of current enumerator type plus .png extension to the file name, and if it matches, I load the UVs, positions, and indices of this tile type. Let's breakpoint here and here to actually see log calls. We've parsed the root of the document, parsing metadata out of texture atlas level tiles.png, width and its height. Let's continue. And now we've parsed each individual tile, so it matched 0.png to map tile type nothing and 11.png to arrow trap left. To render a quad, by which I mean a rectangle, in terms of OpenGL pipeline, one needs to draw two triangles, as the base of rendering shapes in OpenGL is a triangle. OpenGL operates on meshes. Meshes are collections of vertices with some properties that vary depending on what you are trying to achieve. As what I want is to render a texture on a quad, for every tile I have to push its 4 vertices, each of them described by its position x and y's and texture coordinates u and v's. This is what I do in the batch vertices function in level renderer. I have 3 separate collections for each property, x, y, z, u, v, and indices. Indices tell OpenGL in what order to visit each vertex. By using them, one can reuse vertices that are already in the collection. So, for each tile in the map, I push its positions, indices, and UVs. When finished, I merge each of these 3 collections into a single array. This is to have a very tiny performance boost from data locality, as CPU when executing this function will have all data in one place, it will not have to jump from one array pointer to another, and it will probably cache this region of RAM. Let's finally see the render function that is called in the game loop. I bind the texture containing all the tiles. Then I tell OpenGL how to interpret the array of vertices that I pass, and finally I issue a render call. So how does it look like in practice? It which resembles the original one pretty close, doesn't it? Let's compare it to the original one.
Yeah, right. So I think I'll save to myself. The video will be on my YouTube channel, and I think that concludes the material. I think everyone is now tired.
Yeah, rest in peace, chat.
Right. So I give you control screen.
Okay, so INL is up next. Can you get it to go?
We will just see some critical or important point. Or vectors of optimization in the 3D graphics domain. A possible implementation that can be used on the PSP or
We have not gotten any audio.
just more general homebrew. A possible implementation that can be used on the PSP or just more general homebrew. So to start, let's have a short portfolio of who am I, just to set the frame, or just so we never know, you don't think I am coming from the right, haha. Balance of Gravity was at first just a set-up Blender site as a render engine that I was experimenting, but it looked so nice to me that I wanted to port it out on a game engine and try it out on mobile. In that case, I chose a Unity engine, but I had to cover multiple issues since mobile devices wouldn't simply handle it. Like, for example, pre-rendering it and exporting light maps from Blender.
Okay.
But we will see these methods further in this presentation. After that, about 2 years ago, I have worked for a company, I can't even pronounce its name. The goal was to optimize their game that was running only at an increasing frame rate.
Let's go ahead and go live here. For viewers. Okay, stop streaming then. Sorry, that's not good. Okay, we'll see if you can get anything to work whatsoever. If not, I guess we conclude the presentation, the conference after this then. Let's check OBS. Okay. I do not know, and I will switch over right now. Okay. 1 second here. Ensuring that it actually got posted to YouTube. Here we go. There we go. Okay, let's go ahead here. So let's look ahead at some of our future plans. By me. So currently I'm working on Minecraft for the PlayStation Portable with an expected full release in either the third or fourth quarter of 2020, and the final release being 1.4 or 1.5 in quarter 1 or 2 of 2021. It should say 2021, not 2020. Stardust Engine is expected a late Q2 2020, and a final release in early to mid quarter 3 2020. So right now, planned future project obviously is going to be Decimate, which is early to mid quarter 3 again for 2020, and expected final release of quarter 1 or 2 of 2021 possibly as well. So here's a quick note. The next projects that I'm about to show off aren't necessarily going to be things that are guaranteed. They may never release, and some will never even be worked on. They're pretty much incomplete ideas, and I really want to sort of gauge demand with the presentation. So let's look at some little small projects that could just be a side project or two. For example, one is Project Palladium, which would be an Overwatch sort of styled game. It would feature online and ad hoc multiplayer, and it's going to have like more of a class-based first-person shooter. This could be done pretty simply with either Stardust or Quake. The next thing would be Portal, which would be a port of Portal 1. I know that there were a few that were trying to basically be made, but I'd like to see like a full sort of Portal port, and it may end up only being a tech demo, for example. For another one, it's kind of a less popular game. It's called Mr. Hobbs Playhouse. It's a sort of horror game, and it's a really cool one. I saw Markiplier play it, and it looked very fun. It wouldn't be demanding, and it wouldn't really take that much time either. So from some more larger sort of side projects, we could try to do something like a Stardew Valley sort of port. That would be a pretty cool remake, and it would be rather quick to implement as well. Another one would be Sid Meier's Civilization. Older versions like Civilization 2 would be a lot easier to do, maybe even up to Civ 4. It would be something that could be possibly done within a few months. And the last sort of suggestion I have here for larger side projects would be like Slender, The Arrival, which would be pretty possible to recreate. It might be pushing the limit, but it would be a cool thing to see. As for more large full-time projects, we could probably do something like City Skylines, which is a simulation game and city builder. I've played it before and I really like it. It offers a lot of open city planning and is a pretty cool game to play. It's very CPU intensive, which is why we have the media engine in order to help out with that. Here's a kind of more controversial one, which is Project Celeste. This would be a brand new PSP web browser that supports HTML5, TLS 1.2, and more. Theoretically, it would also have JavaScript support and things like that, so you could go ahead and browse the modern internet. It would be very useful for a modern age, and it would be a fun technical project to work on too. The next one would be Hearts of Iron, which is a pretty cool game. It's a World War II grand strategy game with huge battles, alternate history, and a lot of micro and macro management. Once again, it's more of a simulation turn-based strategy game, and it would be a very interesting game to port as well. So here are some awesome and really ambitious ideas here. that we could do, which would be Project Dawn. Project Dawn is a full, brand new PSP sort of operating system. It would support like some completely new UI and modernization, and would still aim.
Rate of around 12 FPS. The word unplayable have its right place here. So the solution was a checkbox, or more in depth checking that checkbox that allowed the game to get optimized under at a 30 FPS. Awesome, isn't it? And finally, I have helped getting Pixar render mod features working on Blender using the open source implementation. If you don't know already, Wonderman is the rendering engine that is behind most of the famous Disney animations movies. And getting a good implementation of the Disney shader into the shader node system by learning the physically based shading theory that is mostly matter of physics. So let's start with the actual topic. So before to get to the gist of the topic, let's see the two most popular ways of rendering. The first is rasterization, where triangle data is just transformed as matrix trigonometric transformations to be able to be done on the camera view plane, which is pretty performant compared to the second one, which is ray tracing, where rays coming from the camera are simulated to go everywhere in the scene, and in case of collisions If you don't know already, Wonderman is the rendering engine that is behind most of the famous Disney animations movies. And getting a good implementation of the Disney shader into the shader node system by learning the physically based shading theory that is mostly matter of physics. So let's start with the actual topic. So before to get to the gist of the topic, let's see the two most popular ways of rendering. The first is rasterization, where triangle data is just transformed as matrix trigonometric transformations to be able to be done on the camera view plane. Open source implementation. If you don't know already, Wonderman is the rendering engine that is behind most of the famous Disney animations movies. And getting a good implementation of the Disney shader into the shader node system by learning the physically based shading theory that is mostly matter of physics. So let's start with the actual topic. So before to get to the gist of the topic, let's see the two most popular ways of rendering. The first is rasterization, where trend data is just transformed as matrix trigonometric transformations to be out to be done on the camera view plane, which is pretty performant compared to the second one, which is ray tracing, where rays coming from the camera are simulated to go everywhere in the scene, and in case of collisions of objects, these rays get reflected to other objects, explaining, for example, the nice-looking reflections. However, as you wonder, despite its photorealism, it does use way too much computational power to be even considered for real-time rendering. As much as I would like to explain more in detail the rendering process, unfortunately, time and topic don't allow us, so let's see next.
We will start with dark color sorting and batching that can be very effective in some situations. We have two render curves, one not ordered and one obviously ordered. As you can see on the first example, we get 5 dark colors. Dark colors are simply a call from the CPU to render something like, hey, render
Oh, damn. That's quite a lot. Is that now higher because of Corona or something? Or is that just the average?
Average.
Oh, wait, hold up. Let me just grab my calculator for a sec.
Someone wants the Dreamcast null DC still is on GitHub. Someone just needs to actually fix it. Or whatever the new version is. It still exists. Someone could do it. And it's not necessarily impossible either.
50 hours a week, isn't that like half the time you're awake?
No, a week is 168 hours.
Wait. Yeah, but like
7 times 24 is 168.
Yeah, but you're asleep like 8 hours of those?
7.
7, okay.
Which is 49.
Which would bring you at 119 hours.
to her. But on the second ordered example, we have only 3 juggles.
Wait, 50 plus 49 is 99.
So why that? Simply because the GPU is highly parallelized.
And then like 168 minus 49 hours, which would be like sleep.
Oh, okay.
You're left with 119 hours total. So
is there an MP4 file player? There's already one that exists.
Oh, you leave like 69 hours for other stuff, and I like that.
That's exactly the number I was shooting for.
Oh no. No.
It could handle heavy sites, maybe. I'm not sure about it. Like I said, I've never even implemented it. Yeah, there's a lot of people in the Homebrew community who basically made stuff and then really didn't release source.
Game engine and try it out on mobile. In that case, I chose a Unity engine. But I had to cover multiple issues since mobile devices wouldn't simply handle it. Like, for example, pre-rendering it and exporting light maps from Blender. but we will see these methods further in this presentation. After that, about 2 years ago, I have worked for a company, I can't even pronounce its name. The goal was to optimize their game that was running only at an increasing frame rate of around 12 FPS. The word unplayable have its right place here. So the solution was a checkbox, or more in depth, checking that checkbox that allowed the game to get optimized under at a 30 FPS. Awesome, isn't it? And finally, I have helped getting pixel render mode features working on Blender using the open source implementation. If you don't know already, Renderman is the rendering engine that is behind most of the famous Disney animations movies. And getting a good implementation of the Disney shader into the shader node system by learning the physically based shading theory that is mostly material physics. So let's start.
It's running on my PSP, by the way.
Let me hook up my PSP real quick. Give me a sec.
I'm pretty sure the PSP builds, at least the fat builds, are like incredibly limited and or.
I never got like further than half an hour into that game because I just spec.
Dude, I sped through the whole thing in one night out of just pure boredom.
Like you see cute girls, you don't want them to just turn into fucking murderers.
Hey, I'm pretty sure they're
right?
underage. Be careful what you say, man.
So am I. All right.
Oh, that's fair.
Okay, back to the question of getting into programming. I probably got into like Homebrew at like 2011, which is a long time ago. And then pretty much, I was self-taught. I mean, I self-taught myself C++, so like I can self-teach myself this.
I'm not sure if I'm qualified to talk about my experiences since I literally joined this week, but wait, how did I even get in here?
Who caressed you?
Saying that like there's not people here who like using assembly.
No, I definitely agree.
Oh my
like
God,
it's not always nice, but it's also like, oh my God. Okay. So I'm assuming there's no chats from, or nothing from YouTube chat. Yeah, no. So I guess we're done with this presentation. Is Ian ready again, or no? Okay. Let's hope it works. Oh.
Oh wait, am I supposed to like play through? Hold up.
It's only audio. Okay. Are you gonna stream? Okay.
Oh, hold up.
Oh, hold up.
Right. That's gonna require like a second of setup. Let me see if I have any OBS extension for that.
Why is my mouse cursor caught? What the heck? There we go. I can play it if you can unmute me. Okay.
It's
How did
kind of
Moto just
difficult
get
to
a new
like
channel?
just play the audio because I'll need some setup for that, but I should be able to just play both, basically. That should work, I think.
Oh shoot! I don't think I can unmute random. Can you unmute random? Because I can't.
Wait, where's random? Oh, there. Wait, hold up.
Yeah. It might have to be staff. We might just have to temporarily promote him to like dev or something.
We can promote him to. Okay, that's odd. Anyways.
How can you? Oh, interesting question. How can you program without object-oriented programming? Isn't that the Stone Age? Oh, we're getting some heated opinions here.
On the audio. Right. So, add audio source.
Okay, I can play audio.
Oh yes, that should be possible. Through
Yeah, if I join your stream, I know it cancels out my stream. So.
Why is it so hard to just play a file? Do we have a music bot? Like,
I think our server is strictly no bots.
That is very inconvenient because otherwise we could have just used the bot.
Just use the music bot and yeah.
Yeah.
Rest in peace. Oh god, I keep getting added. You can try add general. Oh god. I don't think that's great, but okay.
Right. I might have something here. Are there there's still people actually. Are there even people on YouTube left? Look. Yeah, there's still people. There's like 38 people on YouTube. Actually, that's probably not updated. Let me check.
And for example, when you
Yeah,
draw
there's still like 36 people watching. That's impressive. All right. Um. So input device. Right. So this might work, but you won't be able to hear me. So I don't know. I'll just have to. We'll just have to try it. Yeah.
Okay, random, can we hear you?
All right. So this is universally more cumbersome than it really should.
Especially, and that's a problem with Discord too.
Yeah, because it's like go live. You just expect to be able to, share your screen and then you're good to go. But nah.
Also, I can't even hear random.
Like,
He's talking, but we can't hear him.
What? That is odd. Like, yeah, he's talking, but
He's definitely talking, but we can't hear him.
yeah, because Discord's like, yeah, he's talking, yeah. But like you can't hear it.
Or, we could just like force everyone to go to general. But then we don't have the permissions to stop people from not talking.
True.
But we could kick them if they.
I mean, it's worth a shot, I guess.
In the meantime, let's play some Doki Doki for this.
Yeah, I'm transferring it right now. And while we're at it, Minecraft. Those two are very much related, yes.
What?
Minecraft for PSP and Doki Doki Literature Cup.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder if there's like if there's a DDLC patch which just patches out all the creepy stuff basically, which would just make it an ordinary visual novel. Like that takes all the fun out of the game, but
The frames are just so we never know.
Oh, we can hear you now.
Balance of gravity was at first just a setup blend. Very happy to present you a pretty broad topic, which I think that it is saying it well, general optimization graphics primer. It should be more like an introduction, so in this session we will just see some critical or important points or vectors of optimization in the 3D graphics domain, and possible implementation that can be used on the PSP or just more general homebrew. So to start, let's have a short portfolio of who am I, just to set the frames or just so we never know. You don't think I am coming from the right, haha. Balance of gravity was at first just a setup Blender site as a render engine that I was experimenting, but it looked so nice to me that I wanted to port it out on a game engine and try it out on mobile. In that case, I chose a Unity engine. But I had to cover multiple issues since mobile devices wouldn't simply handle it, like for example pre-rendering it and exporting light maps from Blender. But we will see these methods further in this presentation. After that, about 2 years ago, I have worked for a company, I can't even pronounce its name. The goal was to optimize their game that was running only at an increasing frame rate of around 12 FPS. The word unplayable have its right place here. So the solution was a checkbox, or more in depth, checking that checkbox that allowed the game to get optimized at a 30 FPS. Awesome, isn't it? And finally, I have helped getting pixel render mode features working on Blender using the open source implementation. If you don't know already, Renderman is the rendering engine that is behind most of the famous Disney animations movies. And getting a good implementation of the Disney shader into the shader node system by learning the physically based shading theory that is mostly material physics. So let's start with the actual topic. So before to get to the gist of the topic, let's see the two most popular ways of rendering. The first is rasterization, where triangle data is just transformed as matrix trigonometric transformations to be able to be done on the camera view plane, which is pretty performant compared to the second one, which is ray tracing, where rays coming from the camera are simulated to go everywhere in the scene. And in case of collisions of objects, these rays get reflected to other objects, explaining, for example, the nice-looking reflections. However, as you wonder, despite its photorealism, it does use way too much computational power to be even considered for real-time rendering. As much as I would like to explain more in detail the rendering process, unfortunately, time and topic don't allow us, so let's see next.
We will start with dark sorting and batching that can be very effective in some situations. We have two render curves, one not ordered and one obviously ordered. As you can see on the first example, we get 5 dark holes. Dark holes are simply a call from the CPU to render something, like, hey, render a door here. And on the second ordered example, we have only 3 dark holes, almost half. So why that? Simply because the GPU is highly parallelizable. And for example, when you draw a blue triangle and then draw a red and transparent triangle, the GPU have to do it separately because they don't share the same material. In the hypothesis, they have all the other same properties. So by using a 90-pi object and sorting it, we can address 4 dark cores of same property objects. And so the GPU will be able to do it all at once because they share the same material. So one dark core for 4 objects. It is pretty great for simple scenes because you can just group together a lot of objects for an amazing performance. Now let's discuss light baking. In a scene rendering, the calculation of the light effect on objects takes a lot of time, especially when there are a lot of lights. So to overpass that, a pretty recent method allows us to bake all the light into a texture, or to use that texture where light effect is already applied. And the best thing is that you can bake that light by using ray tracing renderers, which produces a realism you can never get in real time. The only bottleneck in that method can only be used on static objects, because the texture where the light is static and so its influence is static. And most of the time, the texture generated are pretty large. Level of details are probably one of the most used methods to optimize efficiently a game. Basically, multiple versions of one object are made, and they are used depending on how far that object is from the player. Less the player, more object, less the object will be detailed, hence the name, level of detail. That method can be used for all types of objects in a scene, but it rarely does the difference on environments. That takes a lot of computational power to render. For example, SSX and Tiro used level of detail design for mountains, and especially farm mountains. So the player can always have a global view on its environment and not directly the skybox. Yes, you definitely should address your memory. It is already well known that textures takes a lot of space in RAM or any other memory just because they can be in anywhere procedurally generated. Not like, for example, terrains that can be described by a map basic curves. For that, compression is the best solution to hopefully still use textures. A bland world wouldn't be very exciting, depending on how to exploit efficiently the hardware. but it was just about optimizing the hardware itself. Optimizing hardware is a huge concern because it is a part that consumes energy, and we know how much it is critical on a handheld console such as the PSP to save energy for maximum autonomy. It isn't fun to recharge it every 5 minutes, not fun at all. It's only very recently with smartphones and mobile games that the industry really started to think about this matter. But it has been found that logarithmic arithmetic is far more efficient than normal arithmetic. Any operation, when converted to a logarithmic approach, gets incredibly simplified. For example, multiplication become additions and divisions become subtractions. That can be calculated very easily by current arithmetic units. It is not as precise as dedicated units, but for 2D graphics it is totally acceptable, as seen in the comparison on an actual example that you can find in the bottom of the slide. The only problem with that is this optimization needs a special hardware in order to perform the conversion to logarithmic values, but it is very worth it. So I think it will be the end of the presentation. Thanks very much for your attention, and I hope it wasn't very long. Feel free to ask any questions on the Discord server. I should be available to answer them, or at least give a link if I can explain it myself. See you next time, maybe on next year's PSP Homebrew conference, if not sooner.
Okay, getting ready for question phase.
All right.
I'm not seeing too many questions here. But people are still typing, so I'm not quite sure exactly what's going to be happening there. We have quite a few people. W. Outer asks, is there a big difference in speed between multiplication, addition, and division? So I know responded that addition is the easiest unit. DZ Alega asked the sorting of the rendering entities, triangles in the example, is it to leverage to the CPU branch predictor, like in certain examples? Division is the hardest operation. It takes about 7 times more processing time or power than addition, but it still depends upon the architecture. Okay. Multiplication is a complicated calculation as well.
Well, it's getting a bit late, so or early actually. It's like 3 in the morning. It was a nice conference. I hope you all liked it, and thanks for presenting Iridescent Rose and Iondal, and of course the others who, you know, really good. I'll be taking my leave now. So have a nice day, evening, or whatever.
I think we're done.